but I figured we'd launch the Bitcoin all-time watch party again, um, because we spent 5 hours in the party last time. We didn't see the all-time high, whereas we have a better chance now. It looks like. And so I'll hang out and hang out in the chat and just put the chart on the screen, and I'll answer some questions or comments about anything about decentralization of money or information is gained, because that's the core of what Bitcoin is about. And so let's put the chart on the screen and then tell other people that we're here on my other social media. All right, so I'm gonna share. I don't even have the chart up. Let's do that. TradingView keeps changing their interface. Oh yeah, just turn on the screen. That won't look good. There we go. All right, so share the chart. And this is where we are right now. This right here is the all-time high that we need to take out in order to break the all-time high. Hydro B3 D3R on YouTube. Wow, you didn't know I was also into crypto. Yeah, in fact, I just recorded a podcast with Dr. Anthony Gustin, and I'm into Bitcoin for two reasons. So one is, well, hold on a second. I'm gonna tell people on Twitter and Telegram and Instagram that we're over here. So, all right, I'm gonna snag the YouTube link from YouTube. Put it on Twitter. Should have labeled this second time's a charm. Bitcoin, I'll put it on Twitter. Bitcoin all-time high watch party, second time's a charm. Because you did one of these at night on Sunday and didn't hit the all-time high. All right, so Bitcoin all-time high watch party, second time's a charm. All right, this is not financial advice. This is a hobby of mine, and this is just for fun. All right, I gotta tell Instagram. Actually, I'll go live on Instagram for 1 minute until people hear. It doesn't go up for 1 minute, but it doesn't make it. Instagram, so on, and of course YouTube and Facebook see me now because we're live on there too. On YouTube or Facebook, I believe, you can come to my Bitcoin all-time high watch party. Last time I did this was on my day off, and I thought we might make it Sunday night. We didn't make it Sunday night, but our next best chance is today, this afternoon. I think we have a decent chance. I'm at work right now, and so can't really afford to take time off of work, but just for fun, This is not financial advice. This is a hobby of mine, completely for fun and for no other reason. As a hobby, while I'm at work, I'm hosting an all-time high watch party. We hit the all-time high sooner rather than later. It'll be a short party. If it drags on, we might need to resume later. We'll see. I just need to let this live video go up for 1 full minute so that Instagram will post it. But anyway, so I'll put you guys here. So if you're watching this video, you should go over to YouTube or Facebook, because that way you can see the chart on the screen and you can watch and see if Bitcoin hits all-time high. But my interest in Bitcoin is twofold. So first of all, Bitcoin stands for the separation of money and state, in the same way that you might stand for the separation of church and state for religious freedom, or you might stand for separation of your speech and state for freedom of speech. Standing for the separation of state and money is the belief that is an expression of the belief that the state shouldn't control your money. And it is ironic that we consider our country capitalist or market-based if you're in the United States, and yet our money is 100% centrally planned. 100% centrally planned. And then I also see Bitcoin as an investment to expand the reach and impact of my science education. So my basic plan is pull Michael Saylor and anything that would be leveraged for expanding the time that I can work on my book or other important things. Rather than holding it as cash, I put it into Bitcoin, let it triple, and then at the end of the bull cycle, I'm going to take a quarter of it, invest it into my business. That would probably be by making the most insanely killer app for nutrition tracking. Is probably where I would start with that. And then during the transition of the bull market to the bear, into the bear market, I just let some excess, some revenue that comes off of that capital investment just go back into buy Bitcoin all the way down the bear market. I think that's a better idea than the various loaning and borrowing options that are available. But anyway, if you're on Instagram, don't stay on Instagram. Go to YouTube or Facebook, where I got the chart up and where the actual party is. So this is just a notification on Instagram for the party. So I'll see you guys over there on YouTube or Facebook. All right. Judy Pinkerton Balzer says, I've been investing heavily for the last few months in Bitcoin. Reminder, it's not financial advice, this is fun. That's why it's called a party. Okay. Judy says, I've been investing on Facebook. I've been investing heavily for the last few months into Bitcoin and alts. I'm hoping to help my family since I have 12 children. Plus, I'd like to take a break from my day job of catering. Well, I hope it's working for you, Judy. I mean, certainly it's not working for the people who sold it when they panicked after it crashed from 60 to 40 and were waiting for it to go down to 10. Dean Chamberlain says, love that you're into crypto too. Thanks, Dean. Crystal Love says, come over to Unified. Is Unified, is that what Jason Shirka made? Like Academy of DK.com. I'm using Restream to stream simultaneously on Facebook and YouTube. Doesn't let me click the links. It's academyofdk.com/unifyd. academyofdk.com/unifyd. Spelled with a YD. Social media reimagined, censorship-free, ad-free, private data. Who invented this? Because this has a lot of people. This has people that have been speaking at the anti-mandate rallies. So RFK Jr. was at the last one. Larry Palevsky, I've seen him speak at 2 of the anti-mandate rallies. Christiane Northrup, I want to do a live watch party of RFK Jr. and Christiane Northrup's talks sometime this week, where we'll just watch the recording together. RFK Jr.'s talk was I mean, it was legal and philosophical, and there was some science in it. The science was good. I'm not sure. I'll probably fact check a few things that it seemed off to me, but it was good. Northrup's talk was more like she would be a great Black Mirror episode writer or something. Like, it was way over the top, and she states as fact things that are reasonable to state as imaginative and creative illustrations of the fears of where things could go in the worst case, but she just states them as fact. And so that was a totally different type of talk. But I think it would be fun to do a live watch party of her talk, because even though it's more appropriate for the screenwriting for Black Mirror than as statements of scientific fact, some of the stuff that she said is less. It's over the top, but it's less over the top than most people would think. But I'm just curious. Do you know who invented Unified? Because Jason Shirko was also talking at the last thing, and he invented something that sounds like that, but I don't know if it's the same thing. Duo says, "How long have you been into crypto? Vaguely, have you made a decent amount of money from it?" Oh, I'm not disclosing anything about my finances. But I will say that I first bought Bitcoin when it was 3K in the early part of 2017. But I would say there were 3 times where I bought most of my Bitcoin. The first time was all between 3 and 10K during early 2017 bull market. And then that was about a quarter of what I have. And then the other 3/4 of what I have, half of that went in at the breakout of 10K last year, and half of that went in at the breakout of 20K. So the most expensive Bitcoin I bought is up 3x now, and the least expensive Bitcoin that I bought is up 20x now. Dude, Vance is a little louder, please. Is my volume not that great? I'm using my Oh, I see why. Is the sound like massively better now? It was on my microphone, but I'm not using my microphone. I didn't realize that it had the sound on that. Oh, it's because it's plugged in. It shouldn't have been plugged in. I'm guessing that the sound just got dramatically better right now. Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to disclose my finances, but I have installments that are up between 3x and 20x. Victor B, Bitcoin hitting an all-time high today. Well, I don't know what it's going to do, but we're awfully close to it. I mean, so let's look at the situation. So I think the monthly chart is the easiest way to see this is not financial advice. This is just for fun. And I'm at work, so I'll answer people's questions and stuff, but I might spend a lot of the time just like working while the chart is up, especially if this takes a while. So anyway, we're currently at 63,281, and the all-time high over here was 64,895.22, and that might be different depending on which index you use. This is Bitstamp, but it's not too far off. So we're awfully close, and it's easiest to see on monthly chart because the top. And so if you don't know about these candles, this is called a candlestick chart, and these candles have a body and they have a wick on the top and the bottom. The body represents the open and close, and so if it's red, it closed lower than the open. So like on the month, the open of the month is the first day of the month, the close is the last day of the month.
If it's red, it closed lower at the end of the month than it opened at the beginning of the month. If it's green, it did the opposite. And then, this month opened at the top of this red body, closed at the bottom of this red body, but in between then, it had risen all the way up here and it had gone down all the way here, and then it closed the end of the month right here. And then if you switch to the daily chart, it's the same, except the candle represents one day instead of 1 month, and so on. And so you could call this the closing high. So we're currently trading, this month hasn't closed yet, we're currently trading above any previous monthly closing high. And then you would call the very top of the wick is the swing high, and we are approaching the swing high. And generally people mean the swing high if they say the all-time high, because it swings up to what is the highest it ever was. The all-time high is the highest it reached during that month, not at the close of the month. And so this is Tone Vays MRI indicator, which shares a lot of similarity to Tom DeMark's sequential or TD sequential. It's not exactly the same thing, but it comes from a common lineage. And so anyone who uses the TD sequential indicator will recognize the general gist of this indicator. But tonevays.com/indicator, I think, is where you would get it. It costs money. The app is TradingView. It integrates with TradingView. And so we're real close to where we're currently trading. So we are higher than any month has closed before, although our month has not closed yet. And if you switch to the weekly, what I was going to say was these green stars in Tone Vays indicator, the MRI, you can customize the code, the options to make the green star come up according to a couple different rules. But generally speaking, if you're going up, the numbers are green, and if you're going down, the numbers are red. But there's some math involved. Like, in order to keep going up in green numbers, you have to be trading then 4 previous time periods ago. So on the monthly chart, 4 candles ago is 4 months ago. On the daily chart, 4 candles ago or 4 time periods ago is 4 days ago. And if you make it up to 9 going up, then there's a significant possibility your trend is exhausted or going to exhaust. Hence, the MRI is the momentum reversal indicator. And same thing if you're going down in red, then if you hit a 9, there's a higher probability that the trend is going to be exhausted at that point. And so other charts that were not the monthly had kind of taken us out of this trend, and we dipped and we hit a bottom, and now we're going up, but the numbers didn't turn green. 1 and 2 are the green numbers here until last month on the monthly chart, because we had to trade higher than 1, 2, 3, 4. This must be set up to, I'm not sure what the math is. Maybe it's higher than this one, or maybe it's just higher than the close of this one, because this closed down here. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it has to be higher than the close of this one. I don't remember the exact details. That turned it a green 1. This green star means now you've got a month that's trading higher than your first green 1. And so this could be a green 2 because it was higher than 4 candles ago. But if it's like hanging out down here, it won't get a green star because it's not trading higher than the month before it. So this green star basically indicates that on the monthly scale that the chart is freshly bullish, and that doesn't tell you what will happen. It just tells you that now there's a good probability that on a monthly time scale we're going to keep going up. And then the week. So if you complete a down count to a 9 down count, and there's a little bit more math around here around that, but basically, if you complete a full trend to downside, you generate some resistance at the beginning of that trend, and you generate support if you're going in the other direction. And so when we hit the all-time high and we did a full weekly down count into a 9, getting a buy signal here, which took a little while to play out before it started rising, that completion of the down count generated this resistance line, which is the red dotted line, which means it's going to be hard to break through that. But that happens to be at the all-time high. So it's not in the way of the all-time high. And you can see that the weekly chart right here is pushing right into the all-time high. which is that resistance. But if we don't hit the all-time high today, we do have a sell signal because we are now until 8 p.m. in the completion of a daily 9 count. But if you go to Tone Vay's channel, he talked about this morning. Actually, he talked about it in the middle of the night. He's some foreign country now, like Dubai or something like that. So he only live casts in the middle of the night. But anyway, this morning there was a recording of his middle of the night live broadcast where he said that because we had so much consolidation around here, I think is what he meant, going into this 9, we might ignore it and just blow past it. But we could also just consolidate after it for a few candles, or we could, come down to this average or something like that. So I would say that I think because we're freshly bullish on the lower time frames for the most part, if we do break the all-time high, it's more likely to be today than tomorrow. Because if we don't hit it today and we hit this 9, it seems to me, and I'm not the expert, I'm not predicting anything, I'm just saying the way I see it. It seems to me that the daily 9 might give us a little bit of a pause for a few days. So it seems more likely that we're just going to blast right through the all-time high today, and then take a pause or a slight dip. But I think if we just consolidate through today, then I don't know that we're going to do it tomorrow. We might just keep consolidating. Of course, anything can happen. These things never tell you what it will happen. They just try to give you a handle of the probabilities. So the 4-hour chart, I had said on Twitter somewhere around here, I said, I think the 4-hour chart is going to gently collide into the light blue line, which is the 20-period moving average. Since this is the 4-hour chart, 20 times 4 is 80, so it's the 80-hour moving average. I said, I think this is going to gently collide into this light blue line, and then we're going to recoup, and we're going to go up to the all-time high. And that kind of played out largely the way I said it, but like with some caveats. So we gently collided into that light blue line, and then we tried to violently crash, signified by this wick. But before the 4-hour time period was up, we bounced all the way back up here. And then we tried to break out bullish, and this was on Sunday, and I thought around here, I thought that we're going to go for the all-time high. And instead, we had a 5-hour Bitcoin all-time high watch party, never saw the all-time high, and we came back to this light blue line, but we stayed supported by it. And so you can see we did try to violently dip below it overnight. But by the time you woke up in the morning, it was all the way back. And so none of these 4-hour candles were able to complete a 4-hour period meaningfully below this light blue line. And so we just sort of tested it a few times to prove that that light blue line is supporting us, tried to break out again, and then fell back to it. And now we're starting to break out again. And so, I mean, you can imagine this going on for a long time. The only thing is that this light blue line is starting to flatten out. So it is rising because we're rising. But if we weren't rising and we were just consolidating, it wasn't flat, but it was almost flattened out. And so at some point, if something's supporting you up and then it flattens out, that might be the time to bounce off of it, which seems like it's happening now. But there are some lower time frames that might be getting exhausted. So this is the 3-hour chart. It's in the middle of an uptrend. This is the 2-hour chart, which is turned freshly bullish a half hour. It closed the 2-hour period a half hour ago freshly bullish, and now it's trying to make some more progress but stalling a little bit. This 1-hour chart, one of the reasons when I launched the 5-hour failed Bitcoin all-time high watch party last time, one of the things was the 1-hour chart broke through this resistance. And so I think it was right here where we had the all-time high watch party where we were just consolidating. And then I was like, all right, got to go to bed. And then it just fell all night. And then the next day it rose back up. And then it decided whether it was going to, it kind of decided whether it could wrestle with this 20 period moving average, which is the 20-hour moving average. And so there was a few failed starts, and then ultimately you can see ever since here, it was supported very well. It tried to take off, it failed, but it continued to be supported very well. It tried to tank hard, but it failed, and it continued to be supported on the hourly chart by this light blue line. And now 2 hours ago or so, 2.5 hours ago, it started taking off freshly bullish. 45-minute chart did basically the same thing. It busted through its resistance line around the time where I thought the launched the all-time high party, and it consolidated for a while. It fell through the average. It tried to recapture it. It wrestled with it. It got above it. It gained it as support, and then it took off. So the 45-minute chart is on 9, and that's a sell signal on the 45-minute chart, and that could argue for some short-term price exhaustion. But the 1-hour chart is still bullish, and the 2-hour chart is very freshly bullish. And the 3-hour chart it still has another 18 hours before it hits a 9. And the 4-hour chart, still has another 12 hours of upside in it. And so everything on top of the 45-minute chart seems like it's got a lot of room to go. So whether the 45-minute chart is going to command anything depends on how many short-term bots and speculators are actually trading the 45-minute chart. The 30-minute chart, so beneath the 45-minute chart, the 30-minute chart is in the middle of an uptrend. It did the same thing, right? Same pattern, busted through the resistance, consolidated, fell beneath the average. That average turned into some resistance, busted it through it again, wrestled with it, tried to decide, and then finally gained it as support and bounced up. This is good. So the 15-minute chart would have been going into a 9, but it reset the count. And so this consolidation means the 15-minute chart can get refreshed and not exhaust its price. The 5-minute chart is, it busted through its resistance very recently, and it consolidated its way over to the 20-period moving average and is being held as support. Every time frame is being held as, has the 20-period moving average holding it as support, which that just seems to reflect that everything right now is a really bullish environment. So the 5-minute chart is not exhausted at all. It's been consolidating. It could take off at any moment. The 3-minute chart, so way back here, the 3-minute chart busted through its resistance, busted through all these averages, came up, wrestled with the 20-period moving average, launched above it, and is now gliding into it and finding support in it. And so and that 20-period moving average is flattening out. So I think as the 3-minute chart finds, if this 20-period moving average acts as real support for the 3-minute, then I think that's these bots that are trading the 3-minute chart are all gonna. I don't think real people trade these short-term charts. I think robots trade them. Bots run by people. Someone writes a script, and they try to judge the probability that these averages are going to be crossed or something. And so these competing bots are just, one bot has the code written a little bit differently that's telling it to go down, and the other's telling it to go up, and the bots fight it out. And then you got people on top of that, where some people are actually trying to time the chart and trading something that's longer than a minute or 3 minutes most of the time. And then someone who doesn't give an F are just like, all right, I think we're buying all-time high. I'm gonna put in $1 million, and then the chart just goes out, and then all the bots start trading it up, and the short-term speculators trading it up. I mean, I'm just inventing how I think this works. But anyway, so I guess where's the action at? The 5-minute chart just turned freshly bullish. I think if the 5-minute chart takes off, I guess let's see if the 5-minute chart finds real support in this upward moving 20 period moving average, because I think that would allow it to take off. And then if it busts through these highs, then we can go back to the bigger time frame. I think it's going to work something like that. Code Monkey says use blockchain to verify election ballots. That's a very interesting idea. I mean, it would have to be very vetted and very peer reviewed by privacy advocates. And I mean, I think the ideal thing would be like some blockchain or something that could then be in an open source community, could be peer reviewed by the programmers, but also the privacy advocates and the election integrity advocates and the digital security advocates. If we could get something that's open source and peer reviewed by the people that we trust to make a system like that, then that would be really nice. And then maybe if that happened, you could roll it out at localities to give it, municipalities, for example, to give it credibility. Christian says, when did you first get interested in BTC and start buying? Early 2017 at the beginning of the bull market. Code Monkey says, OMG, yes. Yes. Andy says, yes. Trow B3D3R says, wow. Wow. Vicky F Deck, much better. Oh, that's about the microphone. Yeah, so you guys can hear me now, because before I had the microphone facing the other microphone is plugged in, but it's facing the window. Mandy Merriller Thompson says on Facebook, Bitcoin is the biggest con to hit the globe. Well, that'll be interesting to see play out. I mean, some people think it was a plot by the CIA or whatever. No one really knows who invented it, so it's interesting. Christian says BTC will be the next world reserve asset. Thoughts? So I don't think there's, and of course, I think it's self-evident that I'm talking outside my expertise here, and this is just for fun. So I've gotten the impression, partly from reading Peter Zehan's book, Disunited Nations, and partly from just paying attention to what other people are saying. I don't know that we're going to have, I don't think we're going to move into Bitcoin as like a singular world reserve currency, but I think we're going to probably see the erosion of the US dollar as reserve currency as multiple regional world reserve currencies pop up. And Bitcoin might have a place among a block of countries in that, probably the ones that feel most disenfranchised from the US dollar system. But I do think Bitcoin is going to be the reserve asset of the future of the internet, right? So I think it'll be the reserve asset of the participants in the digitally decentralized economy. I think that's where it would become the reserve asset. So 5-minute chart is crashing through the through that line. It might be nosediving now. Time to Thrive says there might be some resistance at the previous all-time high price. It may take 2 or more tries to break through, but who really knows? Oh, well, I agree. So, I mean, as long as we hit it, I think our party was successful. But, from the perspective of the MRI indicator, which is Tone Vase indicator, from the perspective of the MRI, the big resistance is on the weekly chart, and I think the TD sequential, Tom DeMark sequential, would show the same thing. This all-time high was the top of a downtrend that completed the 9 sequence, and so that resistance there lies at the all-time high. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to like bust through it and then fall. I mean, I don't think we're going to bust through it and just keep going up. But it would be cool if we busted through it today. Patrick Gian says, why won't Bitcoin moon? I mean, I don't know what you mean by the moon, but if you bought it at 1K and it's up 60x, you probably think it's gone to the moon already. But nothing goes up all the time. And in fact, the faster something goes up, the more likely it is to crash. So it's actually a very healthy thing to shake out short-term speculators, highly leveraged people, and make sure that the investment is solid. Andrew says it's going to crab below all-time high, just like it went sideways under 20K last year. Yeah, that's possible. But during the breakout of 20K, I mean, I think it's different because 20K was the all-time high from the previous bull cycle. I think a lot of people would debate whether we're in whether what we just went through is a bear market. I think at most people would call it a mini bear market. I don't. That's not the same thing as the bear market from 20K, and so I just feel like there's a good probability we'll actually break the all-time high before we come down. Although you're totally right that we could just go sideways right underneath it forever. And I can't take today off, and so I'm probably gonna, if it doesn't move up faster, I'm not gonna stay 5 hours here. But Patrick Gurgian says, "Yo, what's your exercise thing called?" I'm on a treadmill with an uplift desk. One for all says, "Where will BTC bear signals be after an all-time high?" I'm not sure what you mean. Bob C says, "Can't watching the 2-hour niacin show. I have a lot of the symptoms of low niacin: fatigue, irritability, smell sensitivity, muscle tremors, red rash that doesn't go away on my forearms." Bob, do whatever is most important for you. Not asking you to stick around here. This is just for fun anyway. Reza Rasuli says, "Damn, didn't know you're in this as well, Chris." Yep. Bob C, cool to find something new, right? Bob, oh, it looks like the 5 minute is doing something. Anyway, Bob C says, "Took 500 milligrams of pure bulk niacin yesterday, felt good." Pan says he's a jack of all trades. Winky face. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's healthy to just be. I don't think it's healthy to just do one thing. And I also think that people say stay in your lane, but I prefer to defy that principle. I think stay in your lane is. I mean, I'm not saying you should listen to me about Bitcoin. You shouldn't. But that's not. But I don't. But I simultaneously don't think that I should never ever say anything about Bitcoin because my expertise is in nutrition. I think that's sort of dysfunctional to have that level of siloing, and within science, I think the greatest. So the 20th century made many great achievements, but its greatest error was the fragmentation and siloing of scientists into such narrow specialties that they could no longer really collaborate with one another. And I think the 21st century has to move forward through interdisciplinary collaboration. And so I think the whole idea that people should stay in their lane is a bad idea. Burst your bubble first says, "Great to see you're involved. Bitcoin brings you the financial freedom, which is the backbone for all types of freedoms." Well, I wouldn't say I have financial freedom, but maybe someday. So the 5 minute chart is taking off, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It took off before and faltered. It will be interesting if it takes out these all these highs here. Like, so if it goes up to, well, this little breakout line suggests it's breaking out of its consolidation. So if it hits 63.5 or so, we might be going somewhere. Gigi says, what percent of your portfolio is in BTC? I don't know, like 95. I mean, I took at the breakout of 20K, I think I took my retirement account and just put it all in Bitcoin. Not all of it, but like 95% of it. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much all on Bitcoin. I have a tiny bit of Ethereum. And then I have some money for short-term trading, but I don't really do much short-term trading. So I'll only devote like a half hour a week to that at most. But in that I have let's see. So I have a little bit of gold, but I don't think it's doing anything. And I have a little bit of Ethereum, and I have some oil. I have some UCO, which is a 3x levered oil ETF. And I have that because, well, so I can show you that. UCO. So these things are like, this is not financial advice, and you should never take anything as financial advice from me. But I think the COVID lockdowns have completely screwed the oil market, which will completely screw every market that depends on energy, which is all of them. And they probably, if you take a nod from why did the European Union make a fuel tax from which private jets were exempt, then I think it's very obvious that the people in power see all the people of the world as peasants and themselves as the feudal lords, and think that the people who are rich enough to own private jets should be able to travel and no one else should be able to afford it. And so the price of oil was coming down for a very long time. Well, this ETF didn't. So these ETFs, like if the oil market stays flat, the ETF will lose money due to like how it's structured. And so this probably isn't the best thing to look at the price of oil. This is just the price of this ETF. So I'm not going to make any point about the past history, except that this was going down a lot more than it would have if the oil market was staying flat because the price of oil was coming down, and that more recently has totally reversed. And I think that so this is the monthly chart, and this is since April 2020. So March. This is what the price of oil has done since the COVID lockdowns, where initially the price of oil crashed because no one was traveling, but the lockdowns led to the closure of the oil wells, and they're not designed to be able to get them right back on track, according to an interview by Stephen Bregman, I think his name is, that I listened to. And so he thinks that the oil market is basically screwed for at least 10 years because it'll take years to get an oil well back online once it's shut down, which means that the supply shock in oil is going to last quite a while. It's going to last at least 2 years. But then on top of that, they're not trying to get the oil production back up. They're trying to make it financially and politically impossible to get the oil market back up. And therefore, the price of oil is just going to keep going up and make everything else more expensive. So I'm a believer in that hypothesis, and that's why I have a little bit of leveraged oil here. And then similarly, there's KRBN, which is an ETF that Raoul Pal suggested as an alternative to buying to buying carbon credit futures, because I don't have the ability. I don't have futures trading privileges, and I didn't bother to try to get them because I don't want to put that level of mental bandwidth into it. And so this on a KRBN on a monthly scale, it was invented over here. This basically tracks, like, this is the if you want to profit off the environmental sustainable growth, ESG, part of the Great Reset, then you buy this. And so I've been saying I think we should just like buy the Great Reset as a charity ETF and funnel all the money, all the profits into buying grass-fed beef, so that we can keep the cattle farmers alive as the Great Reset tries to shut them down. But and then I have some copper because Raoul Pal thinks that well, actually, I don't have any KRBN or copper now. I got out of them because they both looked exhausted, but I'm probably going to buy them back soon. And this is not financial advice. I'm just telling you what I do. So this is the daily chart of copper, and it hit a 9 after the weekly did, and so on. So once it seems like it's getting momentum, I'm going to put some of my short-term, my very small allocation of short-term trading into that, and probably keep it there. But copper will be used for like, as things are electrified away from gas, there's going to be a big demand for copper. But this is just tiny bits of stuff. So anyway. Looks like we're moving again. Let's look at the. All right, so we don't have much of a wick here, so we're close to our day's high. Our pause might be coming off. You can see there's hardly any wick on the top of the day, and let's see, what 5-minute chart is the one that really needs to get going. So it's trying to get going, but it might be stalling. So who knows? New York Guy 2000 says, Chris, you're doing the right thing as you're one of the few who understand that healthy nutrition and crypto investing are the same. It makes us strong, gives us independence. Thank you. Appreciate that. Spencer Mack says, I love the all the diversity you've been sharing. Thank you so much. Okay, so I have some work to do, and I'll pop in to answer questions. So people can just leave questions on the live chat. And if Bitcoin starts moving, or periodically I'll just come back and answer a loop of questions. But I do have but I can't take all day off of work, so I do have some stuff that I'm going to do while we're here. All right, so I got to edit my newsletter templates. If anyone wants to sign up for my newsletter, chrismasterjohnphd.com/newsletter will get you on my email list. And speaking of decentralization and censorship resistance, I think that email is really is currently the greatest protection against deplatforming, because email itself is so decentralized. It's a bunch of different email clients that all speak to each other using the same protocol. And yeah, someone could come after your email service provider and deplatform you, but that would take, if you get deplatformed from Instagram, it's because Instagram either believes that they want to regulate content that way or they feel bullied into it. But your email service provider is not going to get bullied as easily. And so I think, but not only that, but if you're at risk of losing your email service provider, you can just download a CSV of the emails. And so I do want to start promoting my email list just as part of that censorship resistance and resilience. And so chrismasterjohnphd.com/newsletter is how you can get on my email list. Oh. All right, Gigi says, Webull, Coinbase, etc. Any preference for BTC? I wouldn't ask me about that because I don't necessarily follow best practice. But I mean, it's probably I use Coinbase, um, but I think most people who know what they're talking about would say that you should get it on an exchange and move it off the exchange if you're not going to be trading it. Not going to talk about taxes. And definitely don't take this as financial advice. But if you hold something for longer than a year, you're much better off with taxes. Time to Thrive says this is like watching paint dry, but more exciting. Yeah, I mean, it was a little more fun when I didn't have any work to do, and I did this on my day off the other day. But it took 5 hours and didn't go anywhere, so that might happen again. And I will have to be doing work. Can't imagine anyone's going to want to watch the recording of this, but this is more for like if you pop in and you just pop in, pop out. I just think it would be cool if we were all watching it, just like when it happened. But given that I'm not a psychic and I cannot predict the future, I have to be willing to be wrong in order to launch a Bitcoin all-time high watch party. That's the name of the game if you're trying to throw a party when something happens. Yeah, I'm on a treadmill, and it's the treadmill that comes with an uplift desk. One of the large purchases I've made that I'm overwhelmingly happy with is my uplift desk. My uplift desk, it can go up or down with a button. It has 4 different memory heights. And so you can go up to standing position, you can go down to sitting position, but I have a stable chair, and I also have like a bouncy chair. So the bouncy chair does more core exercise, but sometimes I'm exhausted and I use the sitting chair. And actually I have a bean bag. Sometimes I'm exhausted. I do work laying down on a bean bag if I'm real exhausted. I'm rarely that exhausted anymore. But like during when I was under a lot more stress earlier in the year and last year, I did that a lot. But I have two yoga blocks, and I have some mats. And so the positions that I work in, sometimes I stand, but usually if I stand, I'm on the treadmill because I make sure that I get 15,000 steps a day. When I was losing weight, I made sure to get 20,000 steps a day. But now that I'm weight stable, I make sure to get 15,000 steps a day, and I'm at 10,981. And the position that I use most besides walking is a resting squat position on two stacked yoga blocks. And so I'll bring the desk all the way to the bottom, and then I sit on two stacked yoga blocks. And if I'm sitting on two stacked yoga blocks, I'm in a squat position, but I'm resting because my butt's resting on it. So I'm not doing work to stay in the squat. It's not like the active squat that you do at the beginning of a CrossFit warm up, where you're trying to brace and you're trying to elbow your knees out and you're all tense and active. It's just resting, just sitting comfortably and casually, but you're experiencing the range of motion into the squat instead of holding yourself halfway into that range of motion, which I think is very pathological. I think a lot of people have trouble getting into the squatting position at all because we have this weird habit of sitting halfway through the range of motion, which is not the normal resting position of humans. And then besides that, I will also sit cross-legged. I'll also work on my half lotus. I also, so like in yoga, and I've seen children do this on the sidewalk effortlessly when walking past them. But like in yoga class, you might sit on your calves, and I found that even on a mat, that gives me a lot of ankle pain. And so what I do now is I do that position, but I sit on two stacked yoga blocks. That raises my butt above my ankles so that rather than crushing everything into the floor, I'm very gently experiencing that position without putting too much pressure on it. And then kind of borrowed from the couch stretch. You might Google that or see Kelly Starrett talk about it, which is a quad stretch. I will work in alternating lunge positions. And so I'll just be in a resting lunge position, but it's not quite resting all the time. I will often contract my glutes, which will get more of a stretch in my quads. And I'll just alternate back and forth. And all that requires a different desk height to constantly keep the laptop monitor at eye height and to keep my keyboard at below my, a little below my elbows if possible. Patrick says, where can I get this treadmill? Uplift. It's probably upliftdesk.com. Anyway, Bitcoin's just hanging out. I got to do a little bit more work, so I'll just hang out with you guys, but I won't be talking all the time. All right. Just come back for whatever questions are in here. Chris asked about when will the arginine study that had the interim results be final. I have no idea. No one's going to know that, and they're not going to tell people when they're, when the 259th person is enrolled. Well, you might be able to find on the protocol site that the enrollment is done, but I don't think you can get a notification for that. And to be honest, it seems to me like it is routine for people to publish the protocol on clinicaltrials.gov and then not update it. So I don't know if the treadmill can go at an incline. I'm really not sure the answer to that. I don't use it like that. You might want to check out the specs on the Uplift site. Plus, I got this in 2017, so they might have a new model of the treadmill too. Andrew says slow and steady can be boring, but also less than the chance we get a bigger pullback in the short term IMO. Yeah, I agree. Patrick A says, I have 2 GPUs, 2 3070 laptops. I make about 20 to 25 a day mining. Interesting. Andrew asks Patrick, mining ETH. Patrick says, I'll list the laptops and GPUs on eBay during the holidays and spend a little extra and rebuy new. Warranty is almost up. Yeah, I don't know anything about mining. So if you want to talk mining, Andrew and Patrick are talking mining on YouTube. Comments. Live chat, rather. Evolution Snow says, debate Avi BitMD. Avi and I are going to debate whether vaccines reduce transmission once I'm done with my project, which has turned into a collaboration with an immunologist to work on a paper we're going to submit for peer review. So probably we'll finish the paper, submit it, get it onto the preprint site, let Avi read it, and then Avi and I can discuss debating. And actually, someone reached out to me to host the debate. So we will be debating that at some point, but it's I'm not going to debate a topic I'm not done doing my due diligence on. Patrick A says, what do you think of water fasting versus all disease? I don't understand your question. All right, so the 5-hour chart is moving and it's hitting a 9, which it might ignore if everything is super bullish, but it could be a cause of short-term pausing. If we go back to the monthly chart, we can easily see where we are in terms of the all-time high. We're awfully close to it, but if you can zoom in to see the actual candles, it looks like there's barely any wick. So it looks like we are close to the day's high. Barely any wick on the top of the day. On the 4-hour, we're very close to the high of the last 4 hours. On the 1-hour, we're fairly close to the top of the hour. And it looks like, over the last hour, we've mostly been going up. And this is going up 15 minutes, taking a little pull back, tiny bit, go up 15 minutes. So it does look like we're moving now. I know there were some 9s somewhere around these middle parts, if I remember correctly. Was it 45-minute? So 45-minute had a 9, and it seems to be blowing right past it. So it doesn't look like the 45-minute chart is in command here. I wouldn't really expect it to be, but sometimes one chart kind of dominates. 30-minute looks like it's got an hour left. 5-minute does look like it's taking off from this. So I still think the 5-minute chart is where it's at, because we're on a 9 right now. We could pull back to the average of the support line, take off, or we could just bust right through it and ignore it. So I would say over 5 minute. This is going to close in 3 minutes. So in 13 minutes, we should have a real good sense of whether the 5 minute chart is going to keep busting through, or is going to be pausing. 3 minute chart's doing nice, getting supported by this average. One-minute chart staying on the upper side of the 20-minute moving average. That's good. So I still think whether the 5 minute chart tanks during this sell signal or just busts right through it is where the action is at right now. Andrew says, do you think intermittent fasting is not a good choice for people that have HPA axis dysfunction? It's probably a bad choice for people who have HPA axis dysfunction. I mean, certainly it's I think you have to judge it by how you respond to it, but I would say someone with HPA axis dysfunction is at greater risk of having a bad response to intermittent fasting. All right, I'm going to get some food and make a coffee, and I'm just going to leave this on the screen. And then if you guys want to put questions in there, I'll answer them when I come back in 5 minutes. And remember, this is not financial advice. This is fun. It's just a party, nothing else. All right, so the 5 minute chart is moving. um, so I believe Tone, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, and any errors are mine, but I think Tone Vase, whose indicator this is at tonevase.com/indicator, would say you never trade the candle after the MRI top, which is the sell signal that happens on the 9, because of my tank. And 5 minute chart really kept moving, but flattened out. Really kept moving again, but flattened out. But it's this green star is going in and out. This is all telling us, is this candle is it gonna truly trade higher than this one and set up for an upswing? And so on the one hand, if it consolidates enough to generate a red one, then it'll help reset the count, which will remove some of the overextended pressure from the trend. On the other hand, it looks like it's taking its shot at trying to ignore the sell signal here and move on. And I think the 5 minute chart is kind of the limiter for us, although maybe we hit a 9 on the 1 minute or something like that. There's always bots trading the short term charts. The 1 minute just seems to kind of be going up along this average here. It goes up a little bit, comes back to the average, goes up a little bit, comes back towards the average. But we're no longer just staying flat. The 3 minute chart might be topping out kind of soon. The 5 minute chart it's very much trying to keep the uptrend going. All right, so actually, my goal here is to eat lunch. Marcus Wass says, have you ever looked into other crypto projects? Thoughts on DeFi? Asking as a blockchain developer, so I was curious on outsider perspectives. So Marcus, so first of all, altcoins I paid a lot of attention to in 2017. And then when the bear market hit and I reflected, I realized that it was just so time consuming and mental bandwidth consuming that it made no sense for me to stay on top of altcoins rather than doing my core expertise and sharing my science with the world. It was just very much detracting from that. However, my basic strategy now is just to make friends with people who know what they're talking about. And so if I'm at a party talking to a friend about altcoins, I'll listen to what they think are the top ones to pay attention to. I'll listen to some people like Benjamin Cowan, see what he's into. In terms of DeFi, I don't know that much about it, but last time I was talking to someone about it who was showing me around the various apps. We were talking through it, and I was wondering whether I should, borrow against what I have during the bear market. But we were talking about the liquidation thresholds and some of the other things that would matter there. And it seemed to me that because I have a business that could really use the capital investment, like I could accomplish so much if I had capital to invest. But I never want to take investment money from investors because I don't want to lose control over the business. So I'm trying to do it the slow and steady way. It seems to me that rather than borrowing against my Bitcoin, I should, at the end of the bull cycle, I should sell a quarter of it, invest it into my business, and use the outflows from the business investment to buy back the Bitcoin all the way down the bear market. And so that has led me to think that some kind of DeFi loaning thing would not be how I would. So the 5 minute chart just closed in bullish posture and is trying to keep going. It looks like we're moving. So anyway, that's my thoughts. I'm sure as a developer, you know, like 10,000 zillion times more about DeFi than I do. I mean, it seems like a very cool idea. I'm just not sure that it's for me, in the sense that if I can retain control of my Bitcoin, retain control of my business, but shift allocations back and forth in the end of the bull market, end of the bear market, to take capital investment, grow it during the Bitcoin bull market, put it back into the business, grow the business during the Bitcoin bear market, and so forth. Oh, 5-minute chart's really moving. That seems best strategy for me personally. And I'll answer your question about health, but I want to go back to Bitcoin. So the 5-minute chart is moving so much that I feel like we should go back to the 1-month chart so we can see where we are relative to the all-time high pretty easily. So we're approaching 64, and our all-time high is 64,895. We hit 64. We're battling right now to hold 64. I feel like a sports announcer. We're trying to hold 64. One-minute chart's holding the 20-minute average. Three-minute chart hit its 9. So that's where the action is now. It's no longer on the 5-minute chart, it's on the 3-minute chart. If the 3-minute chart can get over this sell signal, then we can get back into 64 land. All right. So Marcus Wass says, also have to take the chance to ask one thing about health. What are your thoughts on honey? I think honey's great. It might not be the best thing for someone who has fructose intolerance. I avoided honey. So I had fructose intolerance verified by taking a SIBO test. The only thing that I had SIBO in response to is the fructose. And I noticed that I was consuming a lot of fructose and not really realizing it by eating, like ending my day with snacks that were sweetened with dates. And I was realizing that I had this gas in my throat issue in my esophagus that was very responsive to eating fructose. So I basically went on a sugar and FODMAP fructan-free diet. There goes the 3-minute chart. Very strict fructose and fructan-free diet for 6 months. And now I feel like I can eat ice cream and whatever, as long as I don't overdo it. I'm fine. And so now, during my weight loss, I was only consuming coffee sweetened with stevia. But now I'm consuming it sweetened with really raw honey. So I think overall honey is good, but if you have an allergy to something in it, or if you are fructose intolerant, it's not so good. I think if the 3-minute chart can close this 2 with the green star and then keep pushing higher, we're gonna capture 64. We're awful close to that now. Google Spy says, will supplementing glutathione long-term cause your body to stop making its own glutathione? So there's a study that showed 6 months of supplementing, it didn't alter the It didn't alter the synthesis in red blood cells. I think the negative feedback is primarily through inhibition of the enzyme rather than transcriptional. And because of that, it's very acute. So as soon as the glutathion's not there, the enzyme turns back on. And so I think that's why it doesn't seem to have a long-term effect. Andrew says DeFi seems to be nothing but a retarded dog coin casino. Well, I'll let you duke that out with Marcus, who probably doesn't feel that way. Three-minute chart closes in bullish posture. We've recaptured 64. If we're not going to pull back on the 3-minute chart, then we might as well go back and look for the all-time high on the 1-month chart. So we've captured 64. We need to get to 64, 895, 22. $64 and going up. Still battling to capture 64. I'll be right back, guys. Andrew says, I've been eating real low carb. When I add a product with honey back into my diet, I found it really addictive. Had to cut it out again rather than deal with cravings. Well, you might have a blood sugar issue. I mean, if you're eating low carb, you can't really control for carb versus honey in that scenario. Andre Bettinson says, what's lunch look like today, Chris? I had, so until my book is done, I'm very focused 6 days of the week on trying to balance extreme efficiency with whole foods. And so my lunch was Pete's Paleo prepared meal that was chicken, some kind of herb roasted chicken with caper sauce and Brussels sprouts. Um, but I feel like I need a little bit more, and so I'm gonna have some FODdy bars, which are when I was doing the low FODMAP thing, I got these, and so I have a closet full of canned cold brew and uh, reasonably healthy snacks in my office, so that if I'm totally really into deep work, I don't need to leave the office if I need a little boost or I need to eat a meal. But I try to make as much of my food as possible come from the kitchen. It's just I don't have time to cook right now, except on my days off, and so Pete's Paleo is helping me through this balance of efficiency and whole foods. This is a body bar. So we're really inching our way towards wrestling with 64K. Look at this 1 minute chart. It just keeps coming down to the 20-minute moving average and bouncing up off of it. Look at how perfectly it's been doing that for a long time. Way back here is when it dipped under, and then it had got a big boost up to come back to it. And look also the 1 minute chart. Look at the 1 minute chart behavior on ToneVase MRI indicator from tonevase.com/indicator. 1 minute chart goes up for a 9 count. TradingView doesn't let you see the numbers except for so many numbers. So just when you see this one with a down arrow, that's the 9 that led to the sell signal. So 1 minute chart goes up and hits an MRI sell signal, goes down, hits an MRI buy signal, bounces down from the average, goes up to an MRI sell signal, crashes down beneath the average into an MRI buy signal, goes up and recaptures the average up to an MRI sell signal, and then just keeps coming down to the average, bouncing up down to the average. So it was very much obeying the indicator before when it was on either side of the average, and then now it's entered a zone in which it won't go below this 20-period moving average anymore. And not too long from now, the 20-period moving average is going to be above 64. So that's probably when this average gets up to 64 is probably going to be when we capture 64 for good, I'm guessing. Andre says, sounds like you got it figured out for me. Air fryer grass-fed ribeyes were just enough efficiency I needed for a crazy day. Yeah, I can see that. I don't have an air fryer, so maybe I should experiment with one. But I find that it's the thing with it's a lot of work and it's a lot of mental bandwidth to put something on a pan that could burn if I leave it too long. That's my real big problem with that. And so I don't have experience with an air fryer. If the air fryer automatically shuts off and keeps it warm, then that's good for me. If it doesn't automatically shut off and keep it warm, I can't handle it, except on my day off. Oh, now the 1 minute chart's crashing to the average. Andre says, yeah, an air fryer is like a microwave equivalent, timed and temperature controlled. I should experiment with it. I have an awful lot of meat in my chest freezer that I could get through faster if I had more than one day a week in which I'm willing to cook it. What air fryer do you use, Andre? You got a recommendation? Andre says he uses the Ninja Foodie air fryer oven combo. I'll put that in my list of things to check out. Andrew says on YouTube that he has the same air fryer as Andre. So that's 2 votes for the same air fryer. I'll have to check it out. All right, I have to do some work. I'm going to put what I want to do today is I'm going to put together a post that just puts together all the lab work that I did post COVID because I'm not really ready to write. I don't really have the mental bandwidth right now to write my whole COVID story. So I'm thinking just for today, I should put together, here's the lab work that I used post COVID. Here's why I used it. Because I've made some Instagram posts and stuff like that, but I think it's super hard for people to find the Instagram post if they missed it. And it was on Facebook too, but it's not the same as being able to go to the COVID archive on my website or being able to search my site for post-COVID lab work and be able to find it right away. Andrew, I'm not sure what you mean by supplements for unregulating dopamine receptors. Maybe if you could be way more specific about that, I could answer that. But you guys can put whatever questions you want in the chat, and I'm gonna write my post, and I'll probably talk you guys through it. But unless Bitcoin moves big, then I'm gonna finish my post before I come back to the chat. I just realized that my omega 3s and COVID post is not showing up in my COVID archives. So I gotta fix that. I see. It was marked as my blog, but not as my COVID articles. Let's try that one more time. All right, now we got it there. All right, so I'm taking data from a paper where it's a preprint, so it's not peer reviewed yet. And they had 5 different composite indices. One was high neutrophil counts, or a high neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio. One was CRP between 0.3 and 1 and high fibrinogen. It's very interesting how the fibrinogen was meaningful when it was paired with a CRP that was normal. So high fibrinogen with normal CRP was a major indicator of post-COVID inflammation, or high fibrinogen and a high neutrophil count. Um, these descriptions are a little weird. I think they say or sometimes when it seems like it would only make sense if they meant and. So it says CRP between 0.3 and 1.0 milligrams per deciliter, or fibrinogen above 421. That's got to mean and. I don't understand how that would make any sense. So just having normal CRP by itself, because they also have a different indicator that's CRP between 0.3 and 1.0, or neutrophil count above 3.4. If they really mean or, then all these ors have to be one index. CRP between 3 and 0.3 and 1, or fibrinogen above 421, or neutrophil count above 3.1, or neutrophil count, like A or B, or B or C, or B or D is really just one thing that says A or B or C or D. Bitcoin's taken off. All right, let's watch Bitcoin for a minute. So we've captured 64 and we're at 64.1 now. We're getting awfully high to the all-time high, folks. Getting awfully high to the all-time high, folks. So this right here is the all-time high. We want this bar to cross this line right here. Are we going to be sitting here watching it when it happens? We might be. All right, so I'm gonna keep working on this post till it's finished. Anyway, no wonder this paper is still a preprint, because they said or when they must mean and here. But anyway. All right, so I've extracted from this paper that a CRP above 0.3, and so they had their cutoff 0.3 to 1 that they called low-grade inflammation. They didn't clarify above 1 or if anyone had above 1. Fibrinogen above 421 milligrams per deciliter, neutrophil count above 3.1 or 3.4, 10 to the third per microliter, and neutrophil to lymphocyte ratios above 1.86 were the key metrics. For women, indices 1, 3, and 4 were most related. So that's neutrophil count above 3.1, neutrophil lymphocyte ratio above 1.86, fibrinogen above 421, and that's okay. So basically, for women, neutrophil count above 3.1, for men above 3.4. What was the other sex difference here? In the case of men, there was a higher prevalence with indices 2 and 5. So CRP, fibrinogen, and neutrophil count above 3.4. All right, so if women are 1, 3, and 5, no, 1, 3, and 4, and men are 2 and 5, women get neutrophils above 3.1, neutrophil ratio 1.86, neutrophil above 3.1, fibrinogen above 421, neutrophil the ratio 1.86, fibrinogen above 421. Men get, so do the women have a CRP? All right, so CRP is not that predictive for women. Okay, so CRP is for men. Fibrinogen is for everyone. Neutrophil above 3.1 is for women. Above 3.4 is for men. Neutrophil lymphocyte ratio above 1.86 is for everyone, because that's found in both the fourth index and the first index. Wait, no, 1, 3, and men are 2 and 5. So, men don't have the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio at all, do they? They do not. So neutrophil lymphocyte ratio for women. All right. All right, so CRP above 0.3 for men, neutrophil count above 3.1 for women or 3.4 for men, neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio above 1.86 for women, and fibrinogen above 421 milligrams per deciliter for either sex. These can be measured with high sensitivity C-reactive protein, fibrinogen activity, and a complete blood count, CBC. Bitcoin is holding 64. It's holding 64 too. All right, I'm going to come back and answer your guys' questions after I finish this post. I only got 2 or 3 more things to extract. So one of them is from a. Uh-oh, did this paper? Is this paper not around anymore? Wonder if it got retracted. Or I wonder if my link is wrong. I'm gonna have to find it from my email. Bitcoin holding 64 like a boss. Oh, good. The paper's not retracted. I had just gotten the link wrong in my Instagram post. Thank goodness for email. This paper found a broad loss of peripheral tolerance, meaning a broad rise in autoimmunity. But after the severe cases recovered, the two markers that remained elevated during the recovery phase were ANA, anti-nuclear antigen, and anti-carbamylated protein. And so I had measured those for myself. Bitcoin still holding 64 like a boss. I'm reading this paper that Chris Kresser put out in his newsletter about clotting in long COVID. So, long COVID patients had, well, convalescent COVID patients, meaning those that are getting better, compared with healthy controls. Not so this isn't comparing long COVID to post COVID no symptoms. It's comparing COVID recovery to healthy controls. Lag times for thrombin generation in a clotting assay were significantly shorter in the recovering COVID patients. Endogenous thrombin potential and peak thrombin were both significantly higher in COVID patients, basically just all elevated markers of clotting risk. Recovering COVID patients also demonstrated shorter time to peak thrombin compared with controls, so blood clots faster. They measured some mechanisms of that. And this is associated with persistent increases in factor VIII levels. So C-reactive protein, neutrophils, and white cell counts, interleukin-6, and soluble CD25 markers of acute inflammation response had normalized in most patients, despite the ongoing elevation in factor VIII-C. No difference in netosis. I was at experimental biology conference when they first discovered neutrophil extracellular traps, or whatever NET stands for. It's crazy. They had fluorescent imaging of the neutrophil DNA, and these neutrophils take their DNA and they open it up like Spider-Man and send out a net of DNA to capture pathogens. It is nuts. It is so Spider-Man. It's like, how did Spider-Man know about neutrophils before scientists knew what neutrophils did? It was crazy. Anyway, there's no difference in that between recovering COVID patients and controls. So some elevation in von Willebrand factor correlates strongly with factor 8C. Oh, EC must be endothelial cell. They were driving me nuts with that abbreviation. Endothelial cell. Yeah, okay. All right. Thrombomodulin is an endothelial cell surface receptor that facilitates thrombin-induced activation of protein C on endothelial cell surfaces. Recently, Jiri et al. Reported that thrombomodulin plays a key role in maintaining endothelial cell quiescence. Of particular relevance, they showed that von Willebrand factor expression and secretion was markedly increased in thrombomodulin deficient endothelial cells. Interestingly, Goshua et al. Also demonstrated increased shedding of thrombomodulin from endothelial cells in patients with acute COVID-19. Furthermore, soluble thrombomodulin levels were found to represent an independent prognostic biomarker. Given these data, we proceeded to investigate whether soluble thrombomodulin levels in our cohort of convalescent COVID-19 patients, we observed that they remained significantly elevated relative to controls. Interestingly, the highest level was observed in patients who did not require hospitalization, suggesting that sustained endotheliopathy during convalescence is not restricted to those who experience severe cases. Like they didn't measure D-dimer here. All right, let me go back to the treadmill. So it seems like D-dimer is easier to measure than endothelial cell thrombomodulin or soluble thrombomodulin and factor 8C and von Willebrand factor. And if you have clotting, the D-dimer is like it's a byproduct of clotting. And so if there's any clotting, the D-dimer should be should be sort of a fingerprint of it, or a footprint of it. So this is a letter where they proposed that the post-COVID-19 syndrome may involve sustained intrapulmonary activation of coagulation. There's a clotting in the lungs, perhaps driven by residual pulmonary microvascular injury, with ongoing pulmonary microthrombosis as a consequence. So small blood clots in the lungs. To the best of our knowledge, the hemostatic status of COVID-19 patients after hospital discharge has not yet been assessed. Therefore, we studied the hemostatic status of patients with a resolved COVID-19 infection. So 4 months after hospital discharge, they are reporting it here that 52 COVID-19 patients admitted to the Danderyd Hospital of Stockholm, Sweden, April to June 2020. Blood samples collected shortly after hospital admission and at 4 months after discharge. The prothrombin factor 5, von Willebrand factor, fibrinogen, D-dimer, and thrombin antithrombin levels were elevated in patients on admission, but normalized at 4-month follow-up to levels similar to those in healthy controls. Despite a full normalization of thrombin antithrombin levels, ex vivo thrombin generating potential assessed by thrombomodulin modified calibrated automated thrombinography was markedly elevated at follow-up. Interesting. So I guess this is saying D-dimer is not a good index of that. Yeah, so D-dimer wasn't, but they're not separating people with symptoms and without. All right, Bitcoin's moving again. We're towards the top of the day. We're at 64.3. We need to make it to 64.9, basically. We're awfully close to the all-time high right now. Gary says the corn is at an all-time high. Is it? I had bought the corn ETF a little while ago. The corn ETF's not at an all-time high. The corn ETF, huh? Corn? The corn ETF all-time high was in 2012. Is there a different corn that you're talking about, Gary? Is the corn futures for 2022 at an all-time high or something? All right, I'll come back to the chat. Oh, Andrew says, do you have any supplements you would recommend for upregulating dopamine receptors? I don't know about upregulating dopamine receptors. Vitamin A plays a role in dopamine receptor expression, so vitamin A could be relevant if you don't have enough. There's some supplements that are probably more focused on inhibiting dopamine reuptake, so something like maca or macuna purpurians or whatever that is pronounced. And then, focusing on methylation could allow the tonic pool of dopamine to be reduced so that phasic pulses of dopamine are better perceived by the brain. Marcus and Andrew are debating DeFi on YouTube chat. Dr. Neil Ivarez says, greetings, Chris. Sorry if it's irrelevant to the current stream, but apparently been challenged in an argument by Avi. Yeah, I'm going to debate Avi when I'm done with my research on vaccines and transmission. Oh, we look awfully close to the all-time high. Is this up to date? All right, we're not there yet, but we're awfully close. All right, I think I'm pretty much done with this. I just gotta proofread it, publish it, and release it. All right, well, I'm done with the post. I just got to publish it, but here it is for any of you who want to listen to it. So, post-COVID lab work. This is the lab work I used for myself to ensure I recovered from COVID in a healthy way. Later this week, I'll write about my experience with COVID and share my results. According to a preprint from July, preprints are not yet peer-reviewed. The following markers were important indicators of post-COVID inflammatory symptoms. CRP above 0.3 milligrams per deciliter for men. Neutrophil count above 3.1 for women or 3.4 for men. Neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio above 1.86 for women, and fibrinogen above 421 milligrams per deciliter for either sex. These can be measured with a high sensitivity CRP, fibrinogen activity, and a complete blood count. The CBC would include the neutrophils and lymphocytes. The next, another preprint was from severe cases. I didn't have a severe case, but I thought it was wise to look at it just in case as a basis for precautionary blood work. They found a broad set of autoimmunity markers rose during severe cases, and when they recovered, the markers that persisted into the recovery phase were anti-nuclear antigen ANA and anti-carbamylated protein. Another preprint found that among the pro-clotting autoimmunity targets that occur in severe cases are antibodies to cardiolipin, phosphatidylserine, and prothrombin. I chose to combine these papers to get LabCorp's anti-carbamylated protein and reflexive ANA. The ANA reflexive 12 profile, if it's positive, it measures 12 autoantibodies that include cardiolipin. I didn't bother testing antibodies to phosphatidylserine or prothrombin, but you could include those. I figured that the anti-carbamylated protein and reflexive ANA would be sufficient on the autoimmunity front. A paper now published in Nature reported that D-dimer, a byproduct of clotting, was among the most commonly elevated markers, while NT-proBNP, a prohormone that responds to heart pressure, C-reactive protein, ferritin, procalcitonin, and IL-6 were less commonly elevated. Personally, since I have an existing predisposition to iron overload, and since IL-6 neutrophils and lymphocytes are important markers of COVID prognosis while ill, I selected ferritin, D-dimer, and IL-6 to add to the complete blood count and the other post-COVID markers identified above. So the mix that I chose for myself to look for a healthy recovery was plasma IL-6, fibrinogen activity, anti-carbamylated antibody, D-dimer, CBC with differential and platelets, C-reactive protein, ANA profile 12, and ferritin. And then I add a note at the bottom, if anyone knows of research suggesting other markers that should be added to the list, please leave a comment with your explanation and link to the research, which I'll consider adding to this list. So I'll publish this now. If any of you guys want to read it, I'll leave it in the chat in a second. So you could, you can comment in the live chat, but if you want to leave a permanent comment on the post, I'll put the post, I just put the post in the chat, so you should see it there. So you should be able to click that link and leave it there. I should make it easy to find. So let's come up with a nice name for this. I guess chrismasterjohnphd.com/post-COVID lab work would work. Post-COVID lab work. I'm going to send it out to the people that get push notifications on their browser for my site. All right, got to send it out to the COVID-19 research updates list. All right, that's going out to the COVID-19 research updates list. I gotta share it on social media. Go to Twitter. Let's go to Facebook. Telegram while we're at it. Put it on YouTube. And we're just missing Instagram. So gotta make a picture. Instagram, then I'm done. Make this as simple as possible. That is a white square. All right. Sharing to Instagram right now. I think that covers everything. Got the link in my profile. Linktree works. All right. All right. Got that post out. Glad I got something done. Bitcoin is really hanging out right beneath the all-time high. I guess it really is like watching paint dry. So let's look at that, and then I'll go to the live chat. And I think I can stop on the treadmill soon. I'm past 15,000 steps. I got 16,394 so far. So what the heck is Bitcoin doing? So it's hanging out near the all-time high. We've captured 64. I mean, we're still above 64. That was a major milestone. We don't have to hit 65 for the all-time high by Bitstamp anyway. It's 64, 64,895 plus 22 cents is the all-time high. So let's see what we're doing. So we're towards the top of the day. I didn't mean to zoom like that. All right. We are towards the top of the day. We're not at the top of the day. But, you know, when we started this, we were beneath 64. We're above 64 now, so we're holding 64 pretty well. The 4-hour chart has bounced off this. You know, I said on Twitter days ago, around here, I said it's going to gently collide into this 20 period moving average, which is the 80-hour moving average, because the 4-hour chart, 4 times 20 is 80. And gently collide and then shoot up. It gently collided, it tried to crash, then it shot up. It tried to shoot up, but it couldn't get far off the average, and it came back to it, kept testing it violently once, a little bit more gently a couple more times. And then today it finally took off, but now that it took off, it's sort of taken a little break in the last hour. Three-hour chart looks pretty similar. Two-hour chart looks pretty similar. So I guess we've been leveling off the last 2 hours. Oh, the 1-hour chart's on a 9, so that's reason for a pause. But the charts above that are pretty, they're all pretty early in their game, being freshly bullish. The 45-minute chart decided to mount a freshly bullish uptrend and has ignored its sell signal. So maybe the 1-hour chart will basically do that. Keep zooming. 30-minute charts had a 9. That makes it due for a slight pullback for a couple 30-minute periods and then get going. I guess it's doing that. Well, the 15-minute chart is interesting. So all these short-term charts are all colliding with their sell signals now, which basically means that in a very strong uptrend, which I think we're in, you would expect all of these to have maybe one time period that each candle represents, 1 to 4 of those time periods with a pullback. And so with the 15-minute chart, notice how it's really been. Look at this entire period being really well supported by, like, basically being glued to the 20-period moving average. And so we're trying to rise above it now. I wouldn't be surprised if we take this opportunity from the 9 to have a 4-candle pullback right into this average and bounce off of it. So we might be doing that soon. Five-minute charts in a downtrend, that just seems like a result of the 15, 30-minute, and 45-minute charts all hitting sell signals. Basically, same thing with the 3-minute. One minute is in a real downtrend, but I mean, so for the day, we're actually on a sell signal by this MRI indicator on the day, and now the hour is colliding with the 45. So basically 15-minute through 1 hour are all on sell signals. Oh, and it's kind of tanking now. It seems like we still have enough bullish momentum to hit the all-time high tonight, but I don't know. We could consolidate underneath it for a week for all I know. So close, so much like watching paint dry. So the 1 hour chart makes it look like it's tanking when you're zoomed into the 1 hour, but on the monthly chart, it doesn't look like you're tanking. It looks like you're right underneath the all-time high. John Mitchell says, haha, I love that you're getting in on this. Thanks, John. Love to be here. Andre says, so looking into skeptics of the Israel COVID study, natural immunity versus 2 shots against Delta variant, they're claiming it has survivorship bias and selection bias. Have you heard any of these quips? You'd have to point me to it, but there were numerous studies that came out of Israel. I mean, survivorship of what? If you're talking about death, then yeah, there's survivorship bias because the people who got natural infection and died aren't there anymore. I mean, look, but that's kind of a dumb criticism, right? Because if you have a 27-fold better than vaccination protection against serious illness, that's all driven by the fact that, well, first of all, okay, so if you had 27-fold protection against serious cases, just compared to people who were not vaccinated and who were not previously infected, then with just that, you would say, isn't survivorship bias enough? Why do you need vaccination? If survivorship bias, the fact that the people who could die already died is why no one is dying anymore, then what's the point of being vaccinated? But they're not comparing 27-fold better protection against serious cases to people who are unvaccinated and weren't infected. They're comparing it to vaccination. So, the people who got vaccinated are also the people who didn't die before. And so I don't really get what their point is. I mean, what you want to know is if you take, so you could want to know different things, right? So one thing you could want to know is all the details of the causal mechanisms and the true efficacy when you control for everything. I don't know what the practical application of knowing that is. It's interesting from an academic standpoint, but it's not that practical. Practically, you want to know, if I've had COVID, should I get vaccinated? That's one question you want to know. And then a second question you want to know is from the perspective of mandates. If you're taking a utilitarian stance on the mandates, can I tell who is more or less likely to get or spread COVID by knowing their vaccination status? Right? So when you're asking the second question, you don't want to control for confounding factors. You want all the confounding factors confounded. You have to. Because when the bouncer is at the door telling some people they can't get in and telling other people they can, the bouncer's not controlling for confounding factors. When the Department of Education fires you because you're unvaccinated, they're not controlling for confounding factors, right? So if you're asking from the perspective of mandates, you don't want any confounding factors controlled for. You want everything entirely confounded, because that's what reflects the ability of the bouncer or the DOE or the governor or whoever to take something highly confounded like vaccination status and then decide who can have a job and who can't, who can get into the restaurant and who can't. You don't want to untie the confounding factors there. Now, if you're asking, would I benefit as someone who's been naturally infected before by vaccinating, then you also don't want survivorship bias controlled for. You don't. You just want natural infection controlled for. So what you want to know is, out of people who are naturally infected, what's the additional risk and the additional benefit of vaccination? The only thing you want to control for at all is natural infection. You don't want to control for survivorship and selection bias. So anything where you are controlling for survivorship and selection bias strikes me as deeply impractical and academic. But I'm not sure what they were concluding on that. I'd have to see the argument. Geek Addict, are we there yet? No. No, it's like watching paint dry. So we're close. We're close. But, well, let's look at the 15-minute chart. So I had said to you, maybe it'll pull back into the average and bounce. What is it doing right now? It pulled back into the average and is bouncing. So I guess the question is, does it continue to bounce off this average, or is this a temporary bounce and then it's going to fall through? I guess the 15-minute chart is where it's at right now. Cynthia Hansen says, you smile when you yank about this stuff, when I talk about this stuff. I don't know when that comment was made. I guess I was talking about Bitcoin when you made that comment. Marcus Wass says, Chris Master on PhD, what's your treadmill? If it's an electric one, do you not worry about EMF? It's a manual one. Is it too difficult to use? I don't worry about EMF because I only have so many things to worry about. Like, I don't think it's effective to worry about 8 billion things at once. So it's an electric treadmill. And I would say being able to get 20,000 steps a day in while I'm working was an enormous help for me losing my COVID weight. And so I was literally obese for one day during 2020, according to my BMI, never for a weekly average. And now I have a modestly visible six-pack in the mirror. So I think that was more important than EMF. And I'll worry about EMF when I have the mental bandwidth to, but it's I don't understand how a manual treadmill could not be too difficult to use. I've never used one, but that sounds really difficult to use. And I'm not going to use it if I'm, I use my treadmill when I'm doing work. Like, I can't have something that's real difficult to use. It has to be real easy to use because I'm working. I'm not focusing on the treadmill. I'm focusing on doing the work, Pixel Lord says, haha, nice. Even Doc is on BTC. That's me. Got any NFTs, Doc? No, I think NFTs are interesting, but I don't really get I don't really get buying like a funny picture for $2 million that's digital. But it's I'll watch the NFT space, but again, I do my best work when my mental bandwidth is conserved for the thing that I'm focusing on, and I don't see why I should drop my science stuff for NFTs right now. Maybe at the end of the Bitcoin bull market, I can invest in hiring someone to figure out NFTs for me or something like that. I don't know. Pixeler says, what's the best supplements for trading? I guess you want good cognitive function, so sleep, alpha GPC, lion's mane. Joey D, I'm not telling you how many BTC I own or what money is in my bank account or what my expenses are or anything like that. What kind of ludicrous person would tell people that on the internet? All right. It very much looks like this 15-minute chart is where it's at, and it's giving us this bounce off the average. And that might mean that the 1 hour 9 and all the 9s that came in the 30 and 45-minute chart were just opportunities to let the 15-minute chart do its 4-candle pullback into its average and pop up, and we're just going to wind up with a killer bottom wick on the 9 candles, and then we're just going to take off. So I think if this 15-minute chart decides to cut through that average or just decides to bounce off from it and turn bullish, will determine whether we hit liftoff to get the rest of this very small amount of gap with the all-time high. Well, we're under 64K right now, but that's not going to be that bad if it's the bottom of the short-term pullback. You know, we're just under 64K. All right, I'll be back in a little bit, guys. I'm gonna leave this up here. I got a couple things to do, and I'll come back. I really think that anti-vaxxers. I really think that anti-vaxxers are like the dumbest people on the planet. Like, I mean, I think anti-vaxxer. I mean, it as used. It's a good word to use for someone who is opposed to vaccines on principle, of which there are some. Um, but it's become a vacuous media buzzword, and so now to just dismiss anything about vaccines that's disagrees with any part of the mainstream narrative, and as a result, generally, if people are using it, it's because they heard it from the mainstream media, and generally, if you use a word that you heard from the mainstream media, that is a vacuous buzzword of dismissal, it means that you are brainwashed by the media. And therefore, I guess it's not surprising that people that exhibit such brainwashing are not that intelligent to have serious reading comprehension issues. But someone just responded to the post-COVID lab work. So if you guys were listening, you saw what the post-COVID lab work was, right? It was, this is the lab work that I would use to ensure healthy recovery from COVID from someone who had it. And so someone responds to the email. Where is it? Hold on. So someone responds to the email. I've followed your Facebook posts and some of your COVID posts, and unless I'm missing something, it seems that your anti-vaccine stance misses the point and is dangerous. Yeah, you're healthy. You're great. Yeah, great. You're healthy and young, and you don't want the vaccine. Playing everyone get the virus is not herd immunity, and breeding another version of the virus in younger, stronger people seems like a recipe for disaster. Not exactly sure what you're doing and why you are doing what you are doing, but if you end up on the side of a bunch of Trump supporting vaccine and election deniers, you might not be doing what you think you are doing. Uh, that post-COVID lab work post had nothing to do with vaccines. Anyway. Andre Benton said, okay, so first of all, what's Bitcoin doing? Well, it hasn't really started bullish momentum yet, but it bounced off that average, and now it's printing a new 15-minute candle that is not touching that average and is green. So it doesn't mean anything yet, but its sign is consistent with bouncing off the average to go up. Andre Bettinson says, thank you for that explanation. Made some sense for sure. This was a criticism video. About 2 minutes into 6 minutes, you got the survivorship bias addressed similarly. I'm not sure what video you're talking about, Andre. Duke Man says it's the weaponization of words. You don't have to know any fact or truth to win an argument. You can just dismiss your opponent by calling them anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorist. Yes. Far right is another one. Like, far right has a meaning, but as used by the media now means a centrist Democrat who disagreed with something that CNN, New York Times, and CIA all agree on. You know, like if you're a centrist Democrat and you're against COVID lockdowns, according to New York Times, you're far right. What? The words have totally lost their meaning. Conspiracy theorist is hilarious. You know, lab leak was a conspiracy theory last year. And whether something's a conspiracy theory has nothing to do with whether it's true or false or plausible or implausible. Like, conspiracies exist inside and outside of the government. There's no basis for having that be controversial whatsoever. And so that doesn't mean every theory about a conspiracy is equally plausible. It doesn't mean that there aren't conspiracy theories that are batshit crazy. There are, but something being a conspiracy theory has nothing to do with whether it's crazy or whether it's totally logical. All right, so Oh, what happened? What? I must have hit the back button or something. All right, 15-minute chart seems to be really mounting a response now. Starting to take off. Let's look at what's going on in the real short, super short-term stuff. So the 1 minute, the 1 minute had a resistance line generated by a full down count down. The 1 minute is turning bullish right now as it breaks the resistance, freshly bullish. The 3-minute chart had dipped below the 20-period moving average and had generated a buy signal, but it just spent a lot of time kind of consolidating underneath the bottom because the hourly 35, 45, 45, 30-minute, and 15-minute charts were all hitting nines. But now it has reclaimed the 20-period moving average, and the 3-minute chart's going to have to bust through this resistance line up here. And by the way, we have reclaimed 64K already. The 5-minute chart is now reclaiming its 20-period moving average after generating a buy signal here. It's turning freshly bullish, and it has this resistance line overhead. So the 15-minute chart to turn freshly bullish in the next 15-minute period after 3 minutes is up, we're gonna have to get fully above this 1 minute resistance line. So 1 minute chart's currently playing with that line to see if it can mount, see if it's going to drop below it or go above it. We're gonna have to mount a response to this 3 minute and 5 minute resistance lines. Although really all we have to do to get so the 15-minute chart is going to take at least a half hour to turn truly freshly bullish. But in the meantime, we could easily break through these highs at any second now or any minute now. So it looks like our pause might be over. Andre says, I don't think YouTube will show links, but the video with removed spaces is. I think YouTube will show links. I'm not getting links on Restream, but I could go to the YouTube video of this. At least I can copy and paste from YouTube. Well, it's 16 minutes, so since I need to now transition to do my vaccine transmission research right now anyway, why don't I warm up to that while we play this video and watch the Bitcoin chart at the same time? So I don't think I can share two tabs. I'll just put TradingView on my phone here so that I can make sure that if we want to go back to the Bitcoin price, we'll go back to it. So I got TradingView right there, and we're gonna go watch Mythbusters on why natural immunity is a myth, and I'll leave some comments. So I'm gonna share. I got too many tabs to share here. What's it called? Title of this is maybe if I move it next to my Restream. Oh, that it's Lawler. All right. Oh no, I moved it into a different window. The hell? Ah, man. All right. Lawler is going to go over here. Okay. Cancel this. Lawler, here we go. COVID-19 update, Mythbusters, Redux.
A couple of times in the past, we've covered some of the myths that circulate out there periodically or actually continuously about.
Oh, wait a second. I got to make sure that you guys can hear this. So I think there's an option to share the audio. So if I go to the Chrome tab, Lawler, oh, it's audio by default. Okay, all right, let's do it.
COVID-19 and the pandemic. We'll tackle a couple of those here. Fortunately, Dr. Sato touched on a few of these already, so that should go quickly. I think the first myth that is really one that even many epidemiologists and scientists who should know better are still fooled by, is this thought that natural immunity from COVID-19 is still superior to immunity from the vaccine against Delta variant. I've covered a number of studies that have, I think, demonstrated quite convincingly that that's not the case, and vaccine is able to give much more potent immunity. But there's been a study recently that's been picked up in media reports that's gained a lot of attention, and many of the anti-vaxxers have glommed onto it inexplicably. Even Brett Giroir, the former Assistant Secretary for Health at HHS, tweeted out about this a couple of days ago, saying that this study showed that natural immunity provided better protection, but we're going to talk about why that's not the case. So the conclusion of this preprint study, which came out of Israel, the Maccabee health system, which is essentially an HMO that covers about 25% of the Israeli population, said, you can see there that SARS-CoV-2 naive vaccinees had a 13-fold increased risk for breakthrough infection compared to those previously infected. But we're going to go into the data and show why A, retrospective study design is really important to get right, and B, why peer review is still important in science. So this study was a study of the entire records of the Maccabee system, looking back at people who'd been vaccinated by the end of February 2021. The Maccabee system,
All right.
looking back at.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna bring this paper up. So it's comparing SARS-CoV-2 natural immunity to vaccine-induced immunity. And the author is Gazit. All right, I got this paper up so I can watch it while they're talking about it.
And B, why peer review is still important in science. So this study was a study of the entire records of the Maccabee system, looking back at people who'd been vaccinated by the end of February 2021 in Israel, and comparing them to people who had documented COVID-19 diagnosed, and then looked at the period of June 1st to August 14th, when Delta variant was dominant in Israel, to see how many people were infected out of each group. And the conclusion they reached, again, was that the people who had previously been infected and unvaccinated actually had better protection. But there's two major sources of bias that are present in this study that are really important to talk about. And so when I mentioned bias here on the previous page, I'm not talking about the political or ideological bias. I'm actually talking about epidemiological and statistical bias, which, again, is really easy to introduce into a retrospective study, which is why prospective studies are the gold standard for measuring effect. So the first thing to understand is by the time February 28th had rolled around, the Israeli vaccination program was in full swing, and essentially anybody over the age of 65 or with significant comorbidities had access to the vaccine and should have received at least one dose, if not two. And so there's a distinct selection bias in people who had elected not to get vaccinated by the end of February. And you can see in when they compare the basic demographic and clinical backgrounds of the previously infected cohort versus the vaccinated individuals, they are quite different. And so the vaccinated individuals had many more risk factors, including almost twice as many with a diagnosis of cancer, more than twice as many who had an underlying immunocompromising condition, you can see highlighted there. And even though they attempted to control for these things in an analysis, you can't completely control for that when two populations are so different. And you can only control for the things that you're planning to control for. You can't control for many other differences which probably exist when you have such a clear selection bias in how those populations were derived. The second significant bias that is introduced here is what's called selection bias.
All right, I don't know if I followed this point. So if they match the time of the first event, they have almost the same age on average. The hypertension is 7.9% in previously. So hypertension is slightly higher in vaccinated, but it's 10 versus 8%. CVD is a little bit higher in vaccinated. It's 4 versus 3.4%. Diabetes is a little bit higher in vaccinated, 5.4 versus 3.9%. Immunocompromised is significantly higher. So it's more than double in vaccinated individuals, although it's a small percentage overall, so 2.6%. Obesity is identical. Chronic kidney disease is a little bit higher in vaccinated. COPD is slightly higher, but they didn't highlight it. Cancer is almost double. So out of the two of these, immunocompromised is more than double at 2.6 versus 1%. Cancer is almost double at 3.9 versus 2%. Everything else is slightly higher when they match for the time of the first event on the left. And yeah, I mean, that's consistent with, I guess they're saying that people who chose to vaccinate were slightly at greater risk. I mean, they're not wildly at greater risk. They're a little bit at greater risk in each category. Okay.
Those populations were derived. The second significant bias that is introduced here is what's called survivorship bias. The best example historically of survivorship bias actually goes back to World War II and the birth of what we call operations research, which is actually applied mathematics. And it was from this mathematician from Columbia, Abraham Wald, who was asked by the Army Air Corps to help analyze where planes should be armed. And what the Army had done is an extensive statistical study of aircraft returning from combat missions and looking at where damage was from flak and enemy fire. And this is where they were putting the additional armor that the weight tolerance of the planes could to try and improve survivability. But Wald came in and looked at the analysis of the aircraft and he said, no, you've got it completely backwards. You actually want to put the armor where the bullet holes aren't, because planes that are shot there never come back and you're never able to include them in the analysis. And he was right. When they armored the planes in the places where the bullet holes weren't, they saw a dramatic increase in aircraft survival. And this is called survivorship bias, right? When you start analyzing the aircraft based on the bullet holes that you see, what you're missing are all the aircraft that get shot in places where you're not seeing bullet holes, because those are the aircraft that end up flying into the ground, because that's where the most critical parts of the aircraft are. So this survivorship bias is something that was probably very significant in this analysis. If you look again at the vaccination program across Israel, again, by the end of February, everybody who essentially wanted a vaccine in that older and high-risk group could have received a vaccine. In the interim, though, between February 1st, when essentially the highest risk people should have already been vaccinated, and June 1st, when the analysis began, you can see that's 1,600 deaths in Israel from COVID-19. Now, during that period of time, almost none of those deaths should have come from vaccinated people, because again, especially prior to Delta and that early on, we saw almost 0 deaths in vaccinated people. So all 1,600 of those come from that control group. So if you think about it, you have this group of vaccinated folks on the left and the group of unvaccinated previously infected on the right. The risk and vulnerability of those populations is not homogeneous, right? So if you thought about who are the 4 most at-risk people to develop infection and to have a significant effects from that infection in each of these groups, you could identify those 4 people going into the study in February. Well, the problem is in this unvaccinated previously infected group, maybe 3 of those actually died in the interim period. So the planes that never come back. And so you don't get to analyze what the data look like in those folks. You only analyze in the rest of this group. So while it looks as if only one of the
All right, so in the unvaccinated people, if the people who died did not die after their infection, this is a little bit, okay, so the vaccinated people prevented the portion of people who would have died from dying. And therefore, those people were around to get a severe illness. Okay. All right. I get what he's saying. So I think this is true, that because, like, let's say you had this group, the 2 groups, the vaccinated people would have had people die who didn't during the previous variants. And so those people are more vulnerable to dying presumably if the vaccination provides some efficacy against severity, presumably death is on the extreme of severity. And so if you are pulled away from the extreme by the vaccine, you are pulled away from death into a severe case. And so therefore, if vaccination and natural infection are equal to each other in their protection, then it should appear that natural infection is more effective falsely that is more effective against serious illness because the people who are most vulnerable to severity died, whereas those same people who were just as vulnerable to severity, instead of dying, were protected from dying by vaccination, and therefore were more likely to get that severe case once they got infected after vaccination. I think that's a good point. But what I'm expecting is that would explain why you have 27-fold. So maybe it's bias that shows 27-fold protection against severity. But how does that bias show 13-fold better protection against getting infected in the first place? Is one thing I would want to know.
These significantly high-risk people actually developed infection compared to the 4 on the left. What you're missing is a lot more actually got infected and died, and you're not including them in the analysis. So this is why peer review is really important for looking at these papers, and why you always need to take these preprint publications with a grain of salt. The second myth that we've heard shared over and over again is that...
All right, I don't really agree with that. I mean, all kinds of trash makes it through peer review. And the fact that he can criticize this as a preprint, he could do the exact same thing when it was peer reviewed. And the criticism from known people after a paper is published, where we know their expertise and we know what their critique is, and they do it out in the open, I think I'm not dismissing peer review having any utility, but I think this type of criticism that they're making is more valuable than the non-transparent peer review that's done in secret before anyone can see the paper, the history of which in most journals people never see.
School is the safest place for children from COVID-19. Dr. Sato touched on this study that was recently...
Wait a second, is that the end? That's the end of that myth? The rest of this is about schools? Okay, who posted that? Andre. Andre, was that the whole thing? Was that 8-minute criticism of that study the whole thing? That's so utterly ridiculous. They just stopped at that? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What a piece of shit criticism of this study. I'm sorry, but I can't believe they stopped there. I cannot believe they stopped at that. I'm assuming they stopped at that because he left that study to talk about schools. Can you, Andre, if you're still there, can you confirm for me that they stopped there? It just blows my mind that they're just dismissing the whole thing based on that. All right, I want to revisit their time-matched analysis. Oh boy. Oh boy. I cannot believe that they stopped at that. That person is no, I'm sorry I look older than I am. I'm 39. I'm not in my 40s yet. All right. Look at this. So I can't believe they stopped there. So look at this. Model 1, previously infected versus vaccinated individuals with matching for time of first event. Model 1, we matched 16,215 people in each group. Overall demographic characteristics were similar between the groups with some differences in their comorbidity profile, okay? During the follow-up period, 257 cases of SARS-CoV-2 infection were recorded, of which 238 occurred in the vaccinated group, breakthrough infections, and 19 in the previously infected group, reinfections. After adjusting for comorbidities, we found statistically significant 13-fold increased risk of breakthrough infection as opposed to reinfection. Apart from age 60 and above, there was no statistical evidence that any of the assessed comorbidities significantly affected the risk of infection during the follow-up period. You see this? You see this? So their primary criticism was that there was higher comorbidities in the vaccinated group, which drove survivorship bias, and they didn't even go on to criticize their control for the comorbidities. Like, what was inadequate about their control for the comorbidities? If that's your criticism, shouldn't you explain what is wrong with their model for controlling for the comorbidities, and what's wrong with their analysis showing that the comorbidities didn't significantly affect the risk of infection during the follow-up period? And then finally, even if if that's the core of your criticism, why they leave the impression that the authors did not control for that, but they did. So they should, if they're going to make that criticism, they should say what the authors did that was wrong with controlling for that. And then on top of that, that only explains severity. How does that explain the 13-fold better protection against infection in the first place? That is a pathetic criticism of that paper. Utterly pathetic criticism of that paper. Man, when you were explaining it to me before I watched the video, it sounded like it was a rational criticism that was misguided. But that looks like a propaganda piece based on someone who they're not even doing the basic groundwork of trying to make their criticism follow through. I don't know who those people are, but I didn't have any respect for them because I didn't know who they were, but I've lost any ability to gain any respect for Lawler Weekly. Anyway, Bitcoin is more interesting than this. Duke Man just drenched his keyboard with expensive beer. Beer? I'm just starting my workday. What time is it where you are? Andre Benson says that is correct. That's all they touch on for that Israeli data in terms of natural immunity versus vaccine. Man, I don't know if that made my day or ruined it or what, but let's look at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, the action is on the 15-minute chart. You see we went up, we came down, but we didn't touch the 20-period moving average. So it seems like our bounce off the 20-period might be intact so far. We're just now for the first time printing a green 1, which means that in 12 minutes when this closes, if it continues to go up, we might be in a freshly bullish pattern for the 15-minute chart. On the 1 minute, we're starting to exhaust a trend upwards of the 1 minute chart, but 1 minute chart can fix itself easily within a minute, so that doesn't mean too much. 3 minute chart has not approached the resistance yet. It got up near the resistance. It is trying to mint a freshly bullish trend with this number 2 here. Got to trade above here to generate a green star, and then it's got to break through that dotted red line. 5 minute is now above, so it went up towards its resistance, didn't meet it, popped back down, and then popped up exactly to the resistance and bounced down from it, but it's currently getting stuck at the 20-minute moving average. So the 5 minute chart seems to be stuck in trying to decide whether it's going to crash beneath the 20-period moving average or whether it's going to bust through the resistance line here. And that is all going to determine whether this 15-minute chart, which so far is doing very nicely, printing a green 1 and staying up in the air, not coming back down to this 20-period moving average. So it looks like these lower level time charts, if the 5 minute can actually make it through that resistance line, and then after that, if the 3 minute can bust through its, then it seems like the 15 Oh, I didn't mean to go to the 1 second chart. If those things can happen, so look at this 5-minute chart is like perfectly to the resistance line and to the 20-minute moving period, 20 period moving average. It is right now trying to make a decision, and it's not sure what it's going to decide. But that's going to determine the fate of whether the 15-minute chart actually pulls up, gets its pulls up its bootstraps, and I don't know what the analogy I'm looking for is. Anyway, if the 5-minute can get out of this channel, the 15-minute can go somewhere up or down. Eric Burkholder says, because that's all it takes anymore. An argument that sounds reasonable lets people check out and fall back on their preset political position. Yeah. All right. So I have to, I'm going to keep this going because it seems like, we're in this pause and there's only 6 people watching. That's fine. But I can't take the day off. So that was a nice break after I finished my newsletter. But now I have to go back to my vaccines and transmission work. I can get 4 hours in on that until 10 o'clock tonight. So I'm going to kind of keep you guys in the background here. If Bitcoin really starts moving, then we will. You know what? I don't need more steps. I have 17,810, but I don't know if it was watching that foolish video or just the Bitcoin all-time high. But I really feel like I have some energy that I got to get rid of. Donnie Lee says Ethereum. Well, I mean, let's look at that real quick before I go to work. I'm gonna stick around with the chart and you guys in the background. So anyone who wants to watch Bitcoin like paint dry on a wall can watch it with me. Ethereum. Let's look at Ethereum real quick. So there's 2 things you want to look at with Ethereum. One is versus the dollar, and one is, well, other people would say versus the yen, but I would just look at it versus the dollar and versus Bitcoin. I mean, I mostly pay attention to it versus Bitcoin because. So on the day, Ethereum's just consolidating. On the week, Ethereum looks like it might finally be taking off after. Well, I guess it's been kind of going up for a couple months. Took a dive for a few weeks, and now it's bouncing back up into a freshly bullish position. And on the month, it seems to be ignoring its double sell signal and keep going up. But Bitcoin is the rising tide that floats all altcoin boats. And versus Bitcoin, it's in a downtrend for the month. Freshly bearish downtrend on the month. Couldn't hit the monthly resistance line in a midway through a bearish downtrend on the week, and in a freshly bearish downtrend on the daily chart. So you see it hit its 9, so the downtrend was exhausted. It bounced up for 1 candle and then went further down. So I know a lot of people who think that Ethereum is going to outperform Bitcoin, and I hold a little bit of Ethereum because of that, but I don't see that happening yet. I mean, maybe it's about to happen, but I don't see it in the chart. Right now, Bitcoin's just outperforming Ethereum, which could change at any time. Anyways, so back to Bitcoin. We'll leave it on the 5-minute chart and see if we bust through that resistance line. And on that note, I'm going to leave the chart here. Andre says, what do you usually do? When do you usually do your strength training? In the morning, 3 days a week. You know how to know when I usually do my strength training? Look at Instagram or Facebook. I post it there right out. generally I finish, and before I de-rack the weights is when I post what I did for my workout. So you can just look there and you'll see when I usually do it. All right, I got to get to work on vaccines and transmission. I'm gonna leave this here. If Bitcoin, you can leave questions or comments in the live chat. If Bitcoin crosses the 5-minute resistance line, I'll come back and I'll answer questions. Until then, I'm gonna work on vaccines and transmission. I might fill you in on what I'm looking at during that time. First, I got to clean up all these. Got like 30 tabs open from when I did my post-COVID lab work. All right, I got 3 papers to read. I looked for everything that might have been additional papers that have infectious virus cultured on the preprint sites. And I found a review paper by Mark Lipsitch and Rebecca Kahn, Interpreting Vaccine Efficacy Trial Results for Infection and Transmission. I think that'll be important to read. But right now, I'm just trying to get a handle on, do I have a complete data set? There's just one section of the vaccine efficacy against transmission. It's not the only type of data, but one particular type of data. Does the infectious virus load as cultured? And when they say they cultured the virus, what they mean is they put the sample on cells, showed that it was toxic to the cells, and then showed that the viral RNA is being reproduced. So people could debate whether that's culturing the virus, but that's what they mean. And I want to make sure I have a complete set of all the studies that looked at infectious virus cultured from the nasal swabs of vaccinated and unvaccinated people. And I found 3 papers on medRxiv that are newer preprints that I didn't include in the 5 studies that I had found indexed for PubMed. Actually, I think one of them wasn't indexed for PubMed yet. That might have it. So one's effective vaccination and a prior infection on infectiousness of vaccine breakthrough infections and reinfections. One's virological characteristics of SARS-CoV-2 vaccine breakthrough infections in healthcare workers. And one's virological and serological characterization of SARS-CoV-2 infections diagnosed after mRNA BNT 16-2B2 or Pfizer or Mr. Fuzzy vaccine. And let's see what they got. Oh yeah, this paper is pretty funny. So I remember I was looking at this paper last night. I didn't read the whole thing yet, but in the abstract, this is effective vaccination and prior infection on infectiousness of vaccine breakthrough infections and reinfections in Qatar. And so they looked at, I pulled this up and it doesn't really belong in my list because they didn't culture infectious virus. It came up in my search because they mentioned that CT counts, cycle threshold values in the PCR test are inversely correlated with viral load and culturable virus. And so I consider these largely potentially dubious. I'm not sure how dubious, but they say in the abstract, the mean CT value is higher in all cohorts of breakthrough infections compared to the cohort of primary infections in unvaccinated individuals. So primary infection in unvaccinated individual means it's their first infection. So they're not saying anything about reinfections. They say the CT value is 1.3 cycles higher for Pfizer breakthrough infections, 3.2 cycles higher for Moderna breakthroughs, and 4.0 cycles higher for reinfections in unvaccinated individuals. Assuming a linear relationship between viral load and infectiousness, these differences imply that breakthrough infections are 50% less infectious than primary infections in unvaccinated individuals. Public health benefits of vaccination may have been underestimated as COVID-19 vaccines not only protect against acquisition of infection, but appear to protect against transmission of infection. And so they're inferring this all on a linear inverse relationship between cycle threshold and infectiousness. So they're not actually showing what they're saying they are, but it's interesting that in their conclusion, they very much glossed over the fact the highest cycle threshold was found in the reinfections in unvaccinated individuals. And so, and they don't factor this into their equation at all in the abstract. But if you go down deep into the text, they say that the pattern represents an overall hierarchy present for both asymptomatic and symptomatic infections, where primary infections in unvaccinated persons are most infectious, followed by Pfizer, followed by Moderna, and finally by reinfections. In other words, previous infection protects the second infection from being infectious to other people more than any of the vaccines do. Well, how much more? If you go to the previous sentence in the results, it says, in randomly diagnosed infections and assuming that infectiousness is linearly proportional to viral load. So I dispute one, that they're measuring viral load. They're measuring cycle threshold, which they're assuming indicates viral load, which they are then from there assuming is linearly correlated with infectious virus cultivation, which they didn't do. So I dispute that they found what they say they found, but let's just put that aside and just look at, if their assumptions are true, what did they find about vaccines versus natural infections? So assuming that in the randomly diagnosed infections, assuming that infectiousness is linearly proportional to viral load, by which they actually mean inversely proportional to CT count. Anyway, Pfizer breakthrough infections, mRNA, Moderna breakthrough infections, and reinfections were only 0.41-fold, 0.11-fold, and 0.06-fold as infectious as primary infections, respectively. Okay, so Moderna and natural infection are both better than Pfizer. So the 95% confidence interval on Pfizer is 0.29 to 0.54. And the 95% confidence interval on Moderna is 0.04 to 0.29. So it's basically Moderna versus Pfizer is like basically p equals 0.05. So it's right on the border of statistical significance. Confidence interval for Moderna is 0.04 to 0.29, and for natural infection is 0.04 to 0.09. And so the confidence interval, the lower portion of the confidence interval for Moderna and natural infection totally overlap. And so you can't say they're statistically significantly different. But keep in mind that these mandates, right? They don't let, what mandate lets the person with Moderna into the restaurant but says, no, Pfizer, nuh-uh. What mandate fired the Pfizer vaccinees and didn't fire the Moderna vaccinees, right? But they fired everyone who had previously been infected and didn't get vaccinated. So the previously infected and didn't get vaccinated people are, in a point estimate, almost twice as protected against transmissiveness, according to this study, according to the assumptions of this study. The person who's unvaccinated and has natural infection is almost twice as protected from transmitting to others as the person vaccinated with Moderna, but it's not statistically significant. So based on statistics, you could just say they're equal. But versus Pfizer, 0.06 compared to 0.41, 0.06 divide, let's say, 0.41. Well, let's just divide 41 by 6. So Pfizer is 6.8 times more transmissive than natural infection. Or you could say natural infection cuts the risk by 86% compared to Pfizer of transmissiveness. Now, I don't agree with their entire framework of inferring the infectious virus cultivation from the CT count and assuming linearity. I don't agree with that. So I don't actually agree with their findings. But this is one of the papers arguing for the protection against transmissiveness, and so it's very interesting to me that in the positive evidence for the transmissiveness, they're showing they're showing dramatic superiority of natural infection over Pfizer. And, one of the things Avi would mention from this, I believe, is that Moderna is superior to Pfizer. But natural infection it may not be statistically significant, but natural infection in this paper is almost twice as effective as Pfizer. But I'm not going to read this full study now because it doesn't actually make my cut. It's not about infectious virus. And so it doesn't add to my collection of 5 studies. I do want to save it for later because I'm going to need it over the course of this research, but not right now. All right, where should I put it? I guess it goes, well, I have a section here for studies on PCR and infectious virus comparison, so it can go in there in my didn't read it yet section. All right, next up, we got virological characteristics of SARS-CoV-2 vaccine breakthrough infections in healthcare workers. I think this study looked more interesting. I think what this study, if I remember right, this study showed that the CT count associated with infection. I mean, this study sort of contradicts the assumptions of the other one, if I remember what this is right, because it found, let me just check the figures. Yeah, this is the paper I'm thinking of. It found that in healthcare workers, the CT counts associated with infectiousness were different than the CT counts associated with infectiousness in vaccinated versus unvaccinated healthcare workers, which just goes to show you that there is no linear universal relationship between CT count and infectious virus cultivation, which basically falsifies the assumptions of the study I was just looking at. But I didn't read this thing yet. So this is Virological Characteristics of SARS-CoV-2 Vaccine Breakthrough Infections in Healthcare Workers by Shamir et al. It's a preprint. Coming out of Erasmus Medical Center and Radboud University in the Netherlands. Yeah, hit 20,000 steps. All right, so this paper showed that this is the first paper out of 6 that showed that viral culture swabs were more common in vaccinated than unvaccinated. And this is in healthcare workers where it's a majority Delta situation. And oh, wow, Bitcoin just tanked like crazy and bounced up like crazy. Let's just take about a look at that just for the sake of looking at it. So look at that wick there. All right. If we go to the 1 minute chart, look at that. In the course of 1 minute that hasn't finished yet, it went woof. Anyways. So it looks like the 15-minute chart wants to come back to try to test that average again. I guess that's where the action is right now. So anyway, so I'm not done analyzing this paper, but it is the first out of 6 papers I've found so far that shows a difference between infectious virus isolation from vaccinate. Oh my God, Bitcoin just did the same thing, jumping down, trying to plunge down to the 63.6 region, and then just shooting right back up. Some people got some limit orders around 63.7 or so, it looks like. Anyway, so this paper found that in healthcare workers, is this Israel? I forget. Let's see. The paper's from the Netherlands. The authors are. Oh no, they mentioned Israel in the beginning. So one difference might be the vaccines that they're getting, because a lot of the data has been Pfizer dominant. But here, it's is AD26. Is that the Johnson & Johnson one? I think so. Yeah. So 44% have the Johnson & Johnson, which is most common, and then roughly the same number of people as Johnson & Johnson have the mRNA vaccine. So 23% Pfizer, 23.6 23% Pfizer, 23.6% Moderna, 9.3% AstraZeneca. And so it's basically 44% Johnson & Johnson, 44.46, almost 47% mRNA of one or two types, Pfizer versus Moderna, and 9.3% have AstraZeneca. These are, I think this is the only one where it's all healthcare workers, so that's another difference. They're very young, so the average age is what was it, 25 or something? Mean age was 25.5 years old. 91% were less than 50 years old. And Delta was 70.8%, while alpha was 6.2%, and unknown was 21.7%. So it's 70.8. It is delta dominant, but it's not all delta. And so the CT values between vaccinated and unvaccinated were the same. The viral culture was more likely from the unvaccinated healthcare workers, which results in there being a different relationship between the CT count and the probability of viral culture from vaccinated and unvaccinated healthcare workers. Let's see, what was the time since the last dose of the vaccine? Wonder if they have that here. So their methods are at the end of the paper. It says we compared virological characteristics of first RT-PCR positive samples collected from healthcare workers with breakthrough infections to first RT-PCR positive samples from the same cohort prior to the onset of vaccination. What? What? The breakthrough infections occurred between April and July 2021. The primary infections occurred between April and December 2020 and were primarily caused by SARS-CoV-2 D614G. What? Huh? This sounds like so they're not comparing different people. They're comparing the same cohort before and after they rolled out the vaccine. What's the likelihood that the proportion of Delta didn't change during that? What? All right. Although that might not be a good counter argument because alpha, well, let's see. So their mix of variants it doesn't seem like they break them down between vaxxed and unvaxxed, but the mix of variants was 70.8% Delta. It was only 6.2% Alpha, so that probably wasn't the preceding dominant variant. 21.7% is unknown. I mean, if they're not controlling for time, they could even have different vitamin D status. Let's see. So breakthroughs were April to July 2021. Primary infections April to December 2020. I think there's a big problem not matching for time there. So the only paper out of 6 so far that shows greater viral culture taken from from unvaccinated people uses completely different time periods. That's problematic. So table 1 is characteristics of healthcare workers with SARS-CoV-2 vaccine breakthrough infections. So it's not saying that Delta was 70.8% of the total infections. Delta was just 70.8% of the breakthrough infections. So they don't even report what. So they say primarily D614G, but that's just one mutation. That's not the specific lineage, right? I'll have to check on that. So I guess even though delta is derived from the D614G lineage, papers will call the original D614G D614G as opposed to delta. But the fact that these are from a different time period and from a different time period and from different variants seems like, I don't know the exact nature of how that's going to impact the results, but that seems like a pretty serious confounder compared to the studies where they're looking at vaccinated versus unvaccinated people from the same time period. All right, so I'm going to put these notes into my Google Doc. Where are we? All right, so that's 2 out of the 3. 1 qualified, 1 didn't. The last one that may qualify is virological and serological characterization of SARS-CoV-2 infections diagnosed after mRNA BNT162b2 or Pfizer vaccine by Colavita et al. On medRxiv, not peer-reviewed, preprint. COVID-19 vaccines are proving to be very effective in preventing severe illness. However, although rare post-vaccine infections have been reported, the present study describes 94 infections, 47.9% symptomatic, 52.1% asymptomatic, occurred in Lazio region, central Italy in the first trimester 2021 after first or second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. Median viral load at diagnosis was independent from number and time of vaccine dose and administration, despite the higher proportion of samples with low viral load observed in fully vaccinated individuals. More importantly, infectious virus was cultured from NPS. What's NPS? Nasopharyngeal swab collected from both asymptomatic and symptomatic vaccinated individuals, suggesting that at least in principle they can transmit the infection to susceptible people. The majority of post-vaccine infections here reported showed POSI asymptomatic clinical course, confirming the impact of vaccination on COVID-19 disease. Most cases, 78%, showed infection in presence of neutralizing antibodies at the time of infection and diagnosis, presumably attributable to vaccination due to the concomitant absence of the anti-nucleocapsid IgG in most cases. The proportion of post-vaccine infections attributed either to alpha and gamma variants of concern, similar to the proportion observed in the contemporary unvaccinated population in the Lazio region. In addition, mutational analysis did not suggest enrichment of a defined set of spike protein substitutions depending on the vaccination status. Well, that seems to contradict selection for spike protein substitutions. That's interesting. In contrast to other studies, characterization of host and virus factors associated with vaccine breakthrough coupled with intensive and continuous monitoring of involved strains is crucial to adopt informed vaccination strategies. So this looks at infectious virus, but I'm not sure if it looks at unvaccinated people as a comparison, which is what I want for the criteria for my current set of studies. So they sequenced a set from unvaccinated individuals just to compare the variants of concern. Doesn't look like they looked at, well, let's just look at their graphs for infectious virus to see if they contain samples from unvaccinated. Viral loads and viral culture outcomes in nasopharyngeal swabs collected in individuals tested positive at different time points from the dose of first vaccination. They got culture negative, culture positive, and culture not, can't read that, culture not performed. They don't have they don't have unvaccinated. I over zoomed here. Yeah, this paper doesn't look at unvaccinated versus vaccinated people. So out of the 3 that might have been additions to my data set, there's only 1 that qualifies, and it's the healthcare. Just inhaled my own saliva. It's the healthcare workers where there was a higher, excuse me, a higher percentage of viral culture isolated from them, but it was the same. Instead of comparing vaccinated and unvaccinated people, they compared the same cohort, 2020 versus 2021, with D614G variant versus Delta. And I'm not sure how that should affect the results, but it seems like a problem when all the other studies were trying to get the same time period. And so anyway, I'm going to have to go tell Avi that on Twitter, because I know that's one of the papers he mentioned to me, even though I found it myself last night. As to Bitcoin, we are still holding 64 like a boss. And the 15-minute chart is still holding the 20-period moving average. Last 2 15-minute periods, spent the last half hour, 10 minutes ago, it spent the last half hour before that trying to tank through the 20-period moving average, but couldn't. And so now we're printing a new candle above it, and the 20-period moving average is rising the whole time. At some point, it's got to decide to either go for liftoff, or it's going to flatten out, and the 20-period moving average is just going to keep it there. But this is a familiar pattern. We hit a 9 sell signal and try to tank to the moving average, then consolidate a bit. And so, I mean, for perspective, we can go to the 1-month chart, see where we are relative to the all-time high. We're not very far off from it. We're holding 64, about 64,100. We need to make it to 64,900, or just under that, in order to break the all-time high. So we are watching paint dry on a wall with bated breath, knowing it's about to happen. And 1-minute chart has some resistance overhead, but it just recently is starting to get above all its major moving averages. similar situation with the 3-minute with respect to resistance overhead and the 20 period moving average. Similar respect, similar. Well, this is interesting. So while the 15-minute was trying to crash to its 20 period moving average, this chart is very much governed by the 5-minute chart. I mean, look at how perfectly we had a buy signal on the 5-minute chart. It mounted a fake bullish uptrend, hit the resistance line, came down, tried to hit the resistance line a few more times and couldn't budge through. And so came down, tanked exactly to the 5-minute support line, came down exactly to the 5-minute support line, and now it looks like it's relatively soon going to take another stab at crossing the resistance line. But we are basically just seeing the 5-minute chart trade in a channel between these support and resistance lines until it makes a decision. And it looks like that's where the action is going to be until we break through. Normal says, woo. Yes. Andre says, going to go hit a full body workout. Hopefully BTC hits 65K tonight. Hopefully, Andre, have a good workout. Crises Fox says, which juice kills and harms more people independent of its performance against the virus? I don't know. After I do transmission, I'm going to go to risk reward analysis. I don't feel confident on it right now. Show me what I need to know thinks Bitcoin is gay. That sounds very childish as a criticism. Rosalind says, I have a friend with SCAD. I don't know what that stands for. Savannah College of Art and Design. Spontaneous coronary artery dissection. Her cardiologist refused to write an exemption and told her she needed the injections, even though inflammation most likely caused the SCAD. My friend had COVID-19 2 times SMH. I mean, if one doctor doesn't do something for you, I don't see why you can't just go to a different doctor. Crises says, I thought D614G was the original Wuhan strain. No. Original Wuhan strain turned into D614G, and D614G never took over Asia. It took over Europe and North America. I have some coverage from very early in the pandemic on my site there. All right, I'm going to go tell Avi on Twitter. All right, I know Avi quoted this at me somewhere. Here it is. I found it. I'm writing. I've just finished this paper. It is one of 6 studies I have found comparing vaxxed and unvaxxed infectious virus collection. It is the only study to show a difference, and also the only study that collected vaxxed from a totally different time period (2021) than unvaxxed. I will spend more time analyzing it, analyzing possible reasons for the discrepancy. But different years, potentially different seasonality, and definitely different variants. Unvaxxed D614G versus vaxxed Delta makes it seem more confounded than the other 5 studies. I actually think it was only 4. I think one of them was I think one of those other 5 was relatively irrelevant because it also didn't have vax from the same time period as unvaxxed. All right, done with that. I think Bitcoin is still determined by the 5-minute chart here. Crisei said, I guess I can go to Facebook and try to click that link. All right. Got your link from Facebook, Crisei. Oh, I just read this paper while I was trying to figure it out. You found the same paper that I did. That's the one I was mentioning before, which basically says that even though Delta comes from D614G, I think it even has the D614G mutation. When they say D614G, they mean the original D614G prior to its derivation to Delta. And so I guess whatever the changes are from D614G, I mean, the real thing here is, so one of the reasons there's a problem is like, you would think that you could just look for a study on whether D614G is more infectious, more likely to have infectious virus or less than Delta. But actually, that doesn't fully answer the question because that might interact with vaccination. There's no rule that says that vaccination doesn't change the probability of infectiousness in a way that interacts with the mutation. You would hope it doesn't, but you don't know that unless you study it. But it does seem like the next logical step to try to find out why these why this one study might be different than the others is to look and see if there's anything that shows a difference in the culturability of D614G versus Delta. I guess I'll tackle that in a minute, but I got a couple things I gotta do. So I'm not going too far. Looks like Bitcoin just has to keep knocking at the door that's of this 5-minute resistance line, and maybe we can take off. All right, so we are currently battling the 5-minute resistance line. The 5-minute chart turned freshly bullish, bouncing off the 20-period average as support and is now crossing the resistance line. The 5-minute chart has been stuck since 5:30. No, well, really since 5:15. Has just been bouncing back and forth between the support and resistance line, this channel, and it now is breaking out of it. So that might be a big deal. Of course, if it is just a false start and is trying to break out but can't, then it might not be a big deal. But this is the first time you just look at this. These have been very clean tests of this resistance line without crossing it at all. So and even right here, this is the first time that it is actually crossing that line. Question is, in the next 48 seconds, is it actually going to close above the line, or is it just going to tank and crash? But that's... Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have probably couldn't hear anything I was saying. So all the actions on the 5-minute chart right now, 5-minute chart has been bouncing since 5:15, has been bouncing up and down between these support resistance lines, this channel. We are closing a 5-minute candle in 17 seconds, and we are about to see if it can close above this resistance line. But this is the first time through this entire time period since 5:15 that it's actually crossed the resistance line. And so regardless of how it closes, it's kind of a big deal to cross it. But of course, if it just dies and tanks in the next second, it could, So it closed kind of like right at the resistance line. So I guess we leave it in the hands of the next 5-minute candle. We'll see where it starts printing when it comes out. Oh, it looks like it's starting above the resistance line. That's a good thing. Oh, and of course we're close to the close of the day. So Bitcoin closes at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's in 25 minutes. And if the bulls are in control, oftentimes a lot of bulls will wait to place their big buys till right before 8 o'clock, just so it can make the daily close look good, and so it can encourage other people to buy it. I mean, I assume that's why they do it. I don't know why else people would hold out till 7:59 and then buy like $1 million of Bitcoin. But they do. It's struggling. It's trying to do it. It's trying to print higher. Ted Spore says ETH going bonkers soon. Maybe. What's ETH doing now? ETH is up for the day versus the dollar, but it's been consolidating for days. And versus Bitcoin, ETH is in a downward trend versus Bitcoin on every major time frame, and at least for now, finding support at a support line. But I don't know. I have a little bit of ETH, but I make no pronouncements. All right, 5-minute chart's looking really good. Let's see what I know. We had some resistance at the 3-minute chart that was a little bit higher, if I remember right. 3-minute resistance, or maybe it wasn't higher. Well, in any case, it's broken. 15-minute is up in the air, not touching that 20 period moving average anymore. We're breaking the previous highs on the 15-minute chart. That looks really good. We're trading higher than any of the hours in the past. I think it's 1-hour chart is freshly bullish. 45-minute chart, waiting for it to load. 45-minute chart is now green. Thirty-minute chart is freshly bullish. It's looking fairly close to all systems go right now. Fairly close. And so we're at 64, 367, 69. We need to make it up to 64, 897, 31. We are so close to the all-time high. So close to the all-time high. We're now the highest we've been all day. We're the closest we've been all day to the all-time high. Is the all-time high incoming? It looks incoming. It looks like the paint is drying faster right now, guys. It looks like the paint is drying faster. Ted Spore finds it hard to believe we don't get another flush before the all-time high. That flush better get here pretty fast because we're headed. The paint is starting to dry kind of fast here, Ted. Been drying for a while, but it's drying kind of fast right now. Could it all crash right now? Yeah, but look at how close we are. That we could cross this in a minute. It really could be crossed in a single minute. Just to make this look dramatic, we'll blow it up like this. Let's put in a horizontal line at our all-time high, just to make it look really dramatic. All right, we need this. Let's blow this up real good. That's, let's see. Oh, I think I can just type it in. So the high was 64, 895, 22. 64, 895. 64, 895, 22, if I remember right. There we go. Let's make this a different color. Well, I guess green is the color of good charts, right? Maybe make it a little thicker. All right, there's our line in the sand. Michelle Smith says, wait a minute, since when is your forte or platform on crypto? I mean, I'm already in the game, but I never heard anything about you being in the game. Very cool and all, although I'm still waiting for my prepaid book. I'm very sorry about the book. You can, of course, always ask for a refund if it's taking too long. I appreciate your support, but I don't want to make you feel like you're getting gypped. I'm dropping the book for a few weeks to work on the vaccine stuff. I think it's incredibly important, and I think it's I can't live with myself if I miss what I feel the world absolutely needs from me right now for the book. So as soon as I'm done with the vaccine stuff, I'll be back on the book. But anyway, I usually keep my Bitcoin stuff on Twitter. That's why I haven't heard about it. All right, all-time high is very close, but my job now is to figure out if Michelle says, "Don't want my money back at all," smiley face. Oh, great. You made the frowning face, and so I'm glad to see the smiling face now. Just wondering about it. Thank you. I agree. My family has been affected by the V, so I'll be more patient. Okay, I'll look for you on Twitter. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, the mandates now to me are a critical emergency. The way it looked like COVID was in 2020, in March. I mean, just watching all around me, the schools are being thrown into chaos. Maine, the state of Maine has areas that their 911 calls are not going to get answered starting this week because EMT workers are being fired. This is mass insanity, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense to be most concerned about magnesium when science is being misused to justify taking away people's livelihoods by the tens of thousands of people at the expense of whether people's 911 calls get answered and at the expense of whether kids have teachers in their class. I mean, look, I could sit happy in my privilege knowing that I can work on whatever the hell I want to because I work out of my apartment. No one can fire me. And if I work on the book, people are going to buy the book. There's plenty of people that want me to do that. I have the privilege to I mean, I've created for myself with the support of you guys, the privilege to be able to basically work on whatever I want without anyone being able to fire me. And I understand that people are waiting for the book, but I also feel like it would be I feel like I should, other tens and if not hundreds of thousands of people don't have that privilege that I have. And I feel that I need to be of service at this moment. The book can wait an extra month, but people's jobs can't. I mean, there's people that aren't going to be able to feed their kids in the next month. Lise says, "Sound man, thank you for having a soul and being a responsible human being." I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so Bitcoin's still staying bullish on the 5 minute, still going up. I mean, so this was an hour from here to here. It could take an hour to get to the all-time high, but it could also just blow right through it at 759. As an interesting test of a hypothesis, let's look at what happens on the 1 minute chart at 759. I'm very curious whether someone comes in and just buys enough Bitcoin to just pop it right up to the all-time high at 8 o'clock. Anyway, all right. So the important thing right now is, while we're waiting for Bitcoin, is to find out whether there's a difference in the ability to culture infectious virus from D614G versus versus Delta. So go to PubMed first. D614G, Delta. viral culture in quotes. No results were found. All right, let's just put culture in quotes. No results were found. All right, let's go to medRxiv and bioRxiv. Advanced search will include both bioRxiv and medRxiv. And we'll start in the abstract or title, D614G delta culture. We'll take off the quotes. Actually, since nothing turned up on PubMed, let's just make sure the quotes weren't getting in the way. So D614 delta culture. Oh, well, that pulls up one paper. SARS-CoV-2 alpha beta delta variants display enhanced spike-mediated syncytia formation. Here we first assessed alpha beta spread and fusion in cell cultures compared to ancestral D614G strain. Alpha and beta replicated similarly to D614G strain in Vero, CACO2, CALU3, and primary airway cells. However, alpha and beta formed larger and more numerous syncytia. Variant spike proteins displayed higher ACE2 affinity compared to D614G. Alpha, beta, and D614G fusion was similarly inhibited by interferon-induced transmembrane proteins. Individual mutations present in alpha and beta spikes modified fusogenicity, binding to ACE2, or recognition by monoclonal antibodies. We further show that delta spike also triggers faster fusion relative to D614G. Thus, SARS-CoV-2 emerging variants display enhanced syncytia formation. I'm not sure how that relates to the culture ability, to the culture positivity, if it does. So a syncytium, the syncytia is a plural of this, a single cell or cytoplasmic mass containing several nuclei, formed by fusion of cells or by division of nuclei. In nature, syncytia formation during SARS-CoV-2 lung infection, disastrous unity to eliminate lymphocytes. Syncytia are evolutionarily conserved cellular structures formed by the multiple cell fusions of unicellular cells. In mammals, the best example of physiological syncytia is muscle fibers, which contain thousands of fused muscle cells to allow their rapid coordinated contraction. It is also important in the decidualization process during embryo implantation. Syncytia can also be induced by certain types of infections by viruses, such as human immunodeficiency virus, respiratory syncytial virus, and herpes simplex virus. It could be envisioned that virus-induced cell fusion facilitates the transfer of viral genomes to the neighboring cells. However, the viral and cellular mechanisms regulating the formation of syncytia during SARS-CoV-2 infection remains largely elusive. Their graphic says that SARS-CoV-2 infected pneumocyte has spike protein on its surface that binds to ACE2 in a healthy pneumocyte. The cells fuse and release ions, and that leads to cell death. This seems like it has nothing to do with culture positivity. But let's just look at the journal and at the paper and make sure nothing jumps out as possibly relating to culture positivity. It's an accepted proof, so all the figures are at the bottom instead of in the text where they relate. I hate that. So they infected various cells with D614 alpha and beta, it looks like in Keiko2 cells, beta variant has a little bit faster viral replication in Keiko2 cells, but not viral release. Whereas there's no difference between the variants in KLU3 cells. It looks like, what's pink? It looks like alpha is a little slower replication in Vero cells. So I guess it depends on the cell type a little bit. But these Vero cells aren't modified with the TMP. I don't think they are. The TMPRSS2. I gotta look. All right, I gotta look at what type of cells was used in that healthcare worker paper. All right, back to virological characteristics of SARS-CoV-2 breakthrough vaccine breakthrough infections in healthcare workers. What cells did they use? Vero cells clone 118. I guess they used straight up Vero cells. I don't know the different clones off the top of my head. Does the paper I was just looking at say anything about the clone? Doesn't say what clone it is. So it seems like in Vero cells, there's no difference between Delta and D614G viral replication, although it seems like they're using a different method here. Let me find the methods. You know, now I'm wondering if they even reported the demographics of the two different groups in that paper. So we know that their mean age was 25.5 for vaccinated. But do they say the demographic characteristics of the unvaccinated cohort from the previous year? Study population. Data were collected and analyzed anonymously from healthcare workers of 2 tertiary care centers in the Netherlands, together employing 25,000 healthcare workers. Since April 2020, approximately 1,900 symptomatic healthcare workers presenting to the Occupational Health Services Department were enrolled into a prospective cohort study. April 2020. Symptomatic healthcare workers underwent questioning, PCR testing, tracing and testing of contacts, and consequent detection of asymptomatic cases. Any infections diagnosed by external labs were reported by the department of the respective employee. In both centers, immunization of healthcare workers commenced January 2021 with the Pfizer vaccine, prioritizing physicians and nurses working directly with COVID cases. The majority of healthcare workers received either Moderna or Janssen, and a minority received the AstraZeneca. The indication, so the people who got Pfizer were the doctors and nurses treating COVID cases, and then the others got Moderna. That's interesting. The indication of the different vaccines is based on availability and professional role. Throughout the study period, all healthcare workers with symptomatic breakthrough infections follow institutional infection prevention guidelines and resume their professional activities only after full recovery. Healthcare workers with asymptomatic breakthrough infections remained in home isolation for at least 3 days. We compared virological characteristics of first PCR positive samples from healthcare workers with breakthrough infections to first PCR positive samples from the same cohort of healthcare workers prior to the onset of vaccinations. The breakthroughs were April to July 2021. The primary infections were April to December 2020. Okay, it says the two groups did not differ with respect to demographic characteristics and testing algorithms remained unchanged. So it doesn't report the demographic characteristics. I don't know why they wouldn't show their data on that. So they state that the demographics were not different, but they don't justify that statement by showing the data. That's annoying. Um, all right, let's see if medRxiv or bioRxiv has anything on the difference in culture positivity between D614G and Delta. We'll look at abstract title first. Nothing is found. Let's just try it in the full text. "44 results in the full text. I need something more specific. All right, let's put viral culture in quotes and see if that gives us some more specific data. No results now. Can I get somewhere between no results and 44? All right, going for bioRxiv and medRxiv, we're going to go to the full text search and we're going to put culture in quotes. Let's see if that narrows anything down. No results. All right, I guess I got to look through 44. They're probably all going to be irrelevant. I thought that paper might have been relevant, but I don't think so. Oh, well, it's the day closed. I don't think we got a big pump at the end of it. Let's go to the 1 minute chart. So at 7:59, we actually closed a little bit lower, and then we popped up right after the day closed. We popped up here. So the close of the day, so we got our daily sell signal in, and we didn't reach the all-time high. Question is, are we going to tank now, which is possible, or are we going to bust through it? The 15-minute chart is coming back again to test the 20-period moving average. It hasn't been able to crash through it any of the other times that it's tried. It's always closed above it. So if nothing's changed, it should do the same. And this 20-period moving average is rising. Eventually, the 20-period moving average is going to go right into the all-time high if Bitcoin doesn't jump above it into the all-time high. Michelle, if you're asking me if I'm scalping Bitcoin, definitely not. I don't mess with that stuff. I'm just trying to have a fun party in the background while I do work, watching it go to the all-time high if it ever does. Duke Man says he's not happy with the Ample Meal customer service delay in shipping, and I canceled my subscription because I couldn't change my email and they didn't ship my last order before cancel. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll let Connor know. He's a friend, and sorry that you aren't happy with that. It's not for you, for Duke Man. It's for a sick family member. Duke's gonna make his own meal. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had that experience. I'll pass it on. I'll pass it on. All right, trying to see. So I'm trying to figure out why. Trying to figure out why the one study in healthcare workers might conflict with the other studies showing no difference in the culture positivity between vaccinated and unvaccinated people who are all infected with Delta at the same time period, when it was comparing healthcare workers who are vaccinated infected with Delta compared to the same healthcare workers before they were vaccinated in the previous year with D614G. I'm just trying to go through whether there's whether the difference in year, seasonality, or variant could explain that difference. Yeah, I'd like to be able to explain the discrepancy if I can. I'd like to make sense of all the data, although sometimes that's not possible, and sometimes different studies just show different things, and they're all just random variation around a mean. The study I'm trying to explain came up in my search. I don't think I'm going to find anything on the culture positivity of Delta versus D614G. I don't think I'm going to find it. There's a lot of different stuff on antibody neutralization. Well, this isn't what I was looking for, but it looks interesting. Antibody-dependent enhancement of SARS-CoV-2 infection recovered COVID-19 patients. Studies based on cellular and structural biology analysis. Abstract says antibody-dependent enhancement has been reported in several virus infections, including dengue fever virus, severe acute respiratory syndrome, and Middle East respiratory syndrome coronavirus infection to study whether ADE is involved in COVID-19 infections. In vitro pseudotype SARS-CoV-2 entry into Raji cells, K562 cells, and primary B cells mediated by plasma from recovered COVID-19 patients were employed as models. The enhancement of SARS-CoV-2 entry into cells was more commonly detected in plasma from severely affected elderly patients with high titers of SARS-CoV-2 spike protein-specific antibodies. Cellular entry was mediated by the engagement of the Fc gamma R2 receptor through virus cell membrane fusion, but not by endocytosis. Peptide array scanning analyses showed that antibodies which promote SARS-CoV-2 infection targeted the variable regions of the receptor binding domain. To further characterize the association between spike-specific antibody and ADE, an RBD receptor binding domain specific monoclonal antibody 7F3 was isolated from a recovered patient, which potently inhibited SARS-CoV-2 infection of ACE2 expressing cells and also mediated ADE and Raji cells. Site-directed mutagenesis, the spike RBD domain reduced of the spike, I guess they're missing a word, of the spike, site-directed mutagenesis of the spike RBD domain reduced the neutralizing activity of 7F3, but did not abolish its binding to the RBD domain. Structural analysis using cryo-electron microscopy revealed that 7F3 binds to spike proteins at a shift-angled pattern with one up and two down RBDs, resulting in partial overlapping with the receptor binding motif, while a neutralizing monoclonal antibody that lacked ADE activity binds to spike proteins with three up RBDs, resulting in complete overlapping with RBM, the receptor binding motif. Our results revealed that ADE mediated by SARS-CoV-2 spike-specific antibodies could result from binding to the receptor in slightly different patterns from antibodies mediating neutralizations. Studies on ADE using antibodies from recovered patients via cell biology and structural biology technology could be of use for developing novel therapeutic and preventive measures for control of COVID-19 infection. I really wonder if the reason that Michaela Peterson and some other people, I know she's not the only one, had a dramatic difference experience than I did with the second COVID infection, actually had greater severity, which we know is not what happens on average, because as the Israeli study showed, you have 27-fold better than vaccination protection against severity of illness. And that's, and so compared to not having been infected at all, it's obviously way higher than that. But maybe a subset of people have these ADE antibodies, and that maybe that's why some people have a worse second infection. I guess then the question is, are those found among to what extent are they found differently among vaccinated versus natural infections? And to what extent does the waning efficacy over time change the proportions of those, which I think is the concern that Robert Malone would have. Anyway, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for any evidence whether D614G and Delta have the same or different culture positivity rates. And I don't think I'm going to find it. All right, I'm on my last page of these 44 results. Yeah, I'm not going to find it. I don't think that paper exists, unfortunately. So Bitcoin is, it bounced off the 15-minute chart, bounced off the 20-period moving average again. and unclear what it's doing. Maybe it tanks through it. Maybe it bounces off and finally gets us boosted to the all-time high. We're so close to the all-time high. I mean, this green line right here is the all-time high. And we went up this far in the span of an hour. If we continued at the same pace, we could get there in another hour, but whether we do or not is a different story. All right, I'm in my sitting on my calves while resting on two-step yoga blocks working position. I don't know if it's going to last very long because I think the previous position is making my feet start to fall asleep. So John says, who needs health when you have Bitcoin? Well, I don't know that they're mutually exclusive. I'd rather have health and Bitcoin. I'd rather have both. Anyway, all right. Trying to find, I don't know if I'm going to find an answer to this. What if I type D614G delta infectiousness? I mean, I know that delta compared to alpha has a greater likelihood of being cultured in cell culture. I guess maybe if I can't find D614G delta, maybe I can find D614 alpha comparison. Because if D614 is the same as alpha, then delta should lead to greater, not less, likelihood of culturing an infectious virus. All right, I just generate the same. It gives me the exact same paper I found before on the syncytia formation. I'm pretty sure the syncytia paper, it doesn't look at culture positivity, it seems. Um, let's see what they did in cell culture. This might be the only relevant paper, so. guess what I don't understand about this paper is they showed very similar replication speed, but how does that translate into whether the culture is positive or negative? You'd think that faster would mean more easily cultured, but you would think, but not. You'd think a lot of things that turn out to be wrong. All right, so they had Vero E6, Heck 293T. What? So how does Vero E6 differ from what the other paper used? Vero Clone 118. Are these the same or different? Vero E. I'm just gonna Google it. E6 Clone 118. Oh, Wikipedia says Vero cells are a lineage of cells used in cell cultures. The Vero lineage was isolated from kidney epithelial cells extracted from an African green monkey in 1962 in Japan. The original cell line was named Vero after an abbreviation of Verda Reno, which means green kidney in Esperanto, while Vero itself means truth in Esperanto. All right, what do we know about Vero E6 cells? Vero E6, also known as Vero C1008, is a clone from Vero 76, showing some contact inhibition, making it suitable for propagating viruses that replicate slowly. What about clone 118? What's that? Right, Vero clone 118. All right, so this paper in Cancer Gene Therapy found with Newcastle disease virus different replication kinetics and different and cytotoxic effects in different cells. Better replication resulted in more cytotoxicity. No correlation was observed between defects in IFN interferon pathways and viral replication or cytotoxicity. HPAC, human pancreatic adenocarcinoma cell line. What does this have to do with Vero clone 118 cells? Virus stocks were titrated to endpoint dilution assay in Vero 118 cells. All right, they give a citation for these. Experimental human metapneumonia virus infection of cytomolgus macaques results in virus replication, ciliated epithelial cells and pneumocytes. All right, what does this paper say? All right, so this paper is from the people who developed the Vero 118 cell line. It has equal susceptibility and sensitivity to all known genetic lineages of human. What virus is this? And human metapneumovirus, which interestingly has been found in patients with SARS. Interesting. So anyway, they developed the 118 virus. Equals susceptibility and sensitivity to all known genetic lineages of human metapneumovirus. It has been grown in Icecove's modified Dulbecco's medium, supplemented 10% fecal capsule, blah, blah, blah. They don't say they developed it in-house, but they don't say what's different about it. So it is a different cell type than B6, but all right, I'm not going to get any further down this train of thought. So anyway, they used, and then one paper that seems relevant, Vero V6, and these various other cells. They had SARS-CoV-2 isolates. They were isolated from nasal swabs on Vero cells and further amplified one or two passages on Vero cells, then sequenced directly from the nasal swab and again upon passaging. Then they quantified So I think this paper has nothing to do with culture positivity because they're selecting for the positive culture and then they're passing it through cells over and over again. So they're getting samples that they know are culturable. And then they're showing that that the different variants have similar viral replication kinetics. So that seems totally irrelevant to my purpose. Bitcoin's basically spending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours doing nothing right under the all-time high. Cliche says, if I remember right, Gupta Lab at Uni Cambridge, UK, I think was doing a lot of genomic sequencing and cataloging of the zillions of COVID-19 variants. Yeah, but there's a ton of research on the variants. It's just that none of it seems to be to my purpose. My purpose is what is the difference, if any, between the culture positivity of the Delta variant versus the D614G? I know Delta is more likely to generate culture positivity than the Alpha variant, but I don't know compared to the D614G variant. And that could be one of many confounders in that study. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a simple explanation for why that study conflicts with the other studies, and there might not be. I mean, presumably every difference has some explanation, but if you don't know what it is, it's random. And so I mean, there's so many opportunities for confounding factors when you're comparing the same cohort in 2020 versus 2021. I mean, for all we know, the people in 2021, this is the real problem. So these people weren't infected, right? These are all people who never had an infection. But by 2021, there's probably a pretty decent chance that a large number of those people generated some level of mucosal immunity from having amounts of virus below the minimal infectious dose, or just dead virus fragments stuck in their nose. And so, there is a hypothesis paper that everyone has been getting vaccinated, quote unquote, but for a long time by dead virus fragments hanging around on surfaces. And so you might just expect everyone to be relatively more immune on average in 2021 than they were in 2020, just from so much exposure, even if you didn't get counted as a case. So I mean, it might not be worth me trying to figure out what else besides that explains the difference, because that on it being the next year might be itself be enough to explain that. All right, I'm going to give up on this particular, on trying to explain this particular thing right now. Bitcoin, for all it's doing nothing over the last 5 hours, is still holding 34 like a boss. 34, not 34, 64. Still holding 64 like a boss. It did close under this 20 period moving average, but it is on the 15-minute chart, but it is coming back up. Well, the 5-minute chart took it all the way down to a buy signal. So I guess the 5-minute chart is behaving more logically than the 15-minute right now. So I guess we'll see whether that buy signal actually bumps it up or just pauses the downtrend. We'll see. I mean, the grand scheme of things is that we are still very close to the all-time high, and we're still above 64K. All right. I should read Mark Lipsich's paper on interpreting transmission studies. That's what I should do right now. Because regardless of whether I totally agree with him, and from the abstract, his paper looked good, but regardless of whether I totally agree with him, he knows what he's talking about. I'm collaborating with an immunologist on this. We're going to submit this to peer review. She's got a couple comments in my paper. She's got a couple comments in our paper, on our paper. So I'll get caught up there. All right, I'm asking my immunologist collaborator what she thinks about uh, this idea that in 2021 everyone should be generally more immune on average, just from even if they're not a previous infected case, because they have greater cumulative exposure on the dead viral fragments on surfaces and uh, to a live virus that doesn't cross the infectious dose. Andre says, "Have you been staring at the chart for 6 hours?" LOL. And a different Andre says he's been hanging out for the entire workday, just going back to it every now and then. Smiley face. Chris, have you heard or taken advantage of BlockFi's credit card? They give cash back as BTC at a pretty decent cash back on BTC at a pretty decent rate. I haven't. I don't have the mental bandwidth to deal with that stuff. I'm not stopping nutrition content. I'm trying to keep the 9 people on the live chat entertained by talking to myself about the studies that I'm reading while we wait for the. I just want to be here when Bitcoin hits an all-time high, so we can like cheer together and close the live video down. I it's silly, but whatever. All right, I'm gonna get up for a minute, and I'm gonna read Mark Lipsich's paper because it's so relevant. Because I know this guy knows what he's talking about, even if I don't agree with him on everything. Interpreting vaccine efficacy trial results for infection and transmission. I'm sure I'm bound to learn something from that paper. All right, I'll be back in a bit. So I can't believe I got 24,000 steps so far today, and I still feel like I want to start walking again. All right. Bitcoin holding 64K like a boss, huh? We're at 64.1, not going anywhere. Just chilling out underneath the all-time high. I gotta read Mark Lipsich's paper with Rebecca Kahn, interpreting vaccine efficacy trial results for infection and transmission. I feel like this is bound to give me some background. I came across it while I was trying to find any more culture positivity studies beyond what I had done, what I had talked about in my last video, and it just came up in the search and looked good. So I'll let you guys know if I stumble upon any interesting insights from it. So he mentions an important problem wherein he says, hypothetically, it is possible that 60 to 95% protection offered by these vaccines against symptomatic disease could be purely protection against symptoms with no effect on infection or transmission, or increased transmission due to decreased case detection. My concern also. Or to be largely or entirely due to protection against infection, suggesting an effect on transmission similar to the efficacy against symptomatic infection. So either of those could be true. So the decrease in symptomatic infection could be due to things that would be associated with increased or decreased transmission. Or 3, be 70 to 95% protective against infection, and moreover reduce the shedding of virus by those who do become infected, in which case protection against transmission could be even greater than that against symptomatic disease. Right, so the reduction in symptomatic disease could be associated with increased transmission, no difference in transmission, or decreased transmission. I agree with that. The primary endpoint of RCTs to date, however, sheds little light on the magnitude of protection vaccines could offer against transmission. Correct. So he says, in hypothetically, vaccine efficacy against transmission can be described in an equation of 1 minus the vaccine efficacy against becoming infected times 1 minus the vaccine efficacy of being transmissible. And so what that means is if the vaccine efficacy was 50% against getting infected and the vaccine efficacy was 50% against transmissibility, then that would look like not sure if I'm reading this right. So 1 minus 0.5 would be 0.5. 1 minus 0.5 would be 0.5. 0.5 times 0.5 would be 0.25. 1 minus 0.25 would be 0.75. So the efficacy against transmission would be 75%. I think I did that right. I'm not sure. Well, I think the number is right. But anyway. So he says, under the reasonable assumption that vaccinated individuals who become infected are no more infectious during their duration of viral shedding than unvaccinated individuals, the efficacy of the vaccine against infection is the lower bound of the efficacy against transmission, meaning the efficacy of transmission should be greater than the efficacy against infection unless the vaccination makes the person more infectious. I mean, I don't totally agree with that. I mean, that's true if the behavior is the same, but it's not true if the symptoms are reduced and thus the knowledge of being infected is reduced more than being infected is reduced. Because if there were no difference in infectiousness between infected people who are vaxxed and unvaxxed, but there was a lower symptomology and thus a lower awareness in the vaxxed individuals, then the behavior could then compensate for the efficacy against the infection. So you could have protection against infection, no difference in infectiousness, but decreased awareness and thus increased transmissious behavior. Transmissive behavior, I don't. In which case, the efficacy against infection would just be caught in the middle of those two things and wouldn't be the lower bound of the efficacy against transmission. They recommend that samples taken to assess vaccine effects on viral positivity be taken irrespective of symptoms. No kidding. I mean, that's the problem with the vaccine trials is almost all of them only tested you if you had symptoms. And they don't tell you who had symptoms, right? We know from Doshi pointed out that we know from the FDA review of Pfizer's data that suspected COVID was 20 times more common than COVID. Presumably, suspected COVID has some spectrum of mild, moderate, and severe. And we don't know anything about the spectrum of mild, moderate, and severe suspected COVID. Probability of infection is S. Duration of shedding. D duration. Progression is P. Vaccine efficacy against infection progression. I is infectiousness. D duration, P progression. SP is symptomatic disease. All right, so far it's fancy equations saying that if the effect of the vaccine on transmission is a composite of the effect on the susceptibility to infection and the effect on the transmissiveness during the infection and the effect on the duration of transmissiveness during the infection. Am I missing something? Susceptibility, infection, infectiousness, duration of shedding. Yeah, I guess those are the three main components. Then, if it has an effect on duration and likelihood of infection and has no effect on infectiousness per day of being infected, then the vaccine efficacy is still going to be effective against transmission due to reducing probability of getting infected and the length of time being infected, all of which are just assumed here for the purpose of the equation rather than shown to be true. Which is still valuable conceptually, just to think through the multiple components of what could impact transmissibility. Under this plausible assumption, the vaccine efficacy against transmission, which cannot be estimated from available trial data, is at least as large as the effect on viral prevalence, a vaccinated person's probability of harboring virus, which can be estimated from the trial. All trials which we are aware of for SARS-CoV-2 vaccines have had primary endpoint of symptomatic disease ascertained by asking every participant who experiences a defined profile of symptoms to get tested and counting the outcome of COVID-19 when such a test is positive. As noted, some trials also test a subset of participants irrespective of symptoms, either at the visit or the second vaccine dose or defined intervals during follow-up. Primary endpoint measures vaccine efficacy against symptomatic infection, which has been called, they gave a term for it in the equation, vaccine efficacy against susceptibility or progression, that is, protection from symptomatic infection that could be preventing infection or preventing symptoms if an individual becomes infected, and is related to the efficacy against infection itself and progression. So they're making a case that you should measure. It seems obvious to me that you want independent measurement of the rate of infection irrespective of symptoms. So they're using the data from the Moderna trial on, and they're basically assuming that PCR positivity indicates infection or infectiousness. But I did a video on this, and the CT count was way higher, the cutoff for that study, than you would need to have a very strong probability of harboring infectious virus. So I think this paper is just totally missing the fact that PCR positivity and harboring infectious virus isn't the same thing. Or maybe they don't personally take that for granted. They say taken at face value, this implies that one dose reduces viral positivity by 61%. But their simulation suggests it's an underestimate. They say it's an underestimate because it was only asymptomatics and it should be everyone. I agree with that. But PCR positivity shouldn't be confused with harboring infectious virus. So the main value of reading this paper is basically that it helps me not forget to consider the duration of infectiousness. But I think they're missing some points. So they're saying, so first of all, they make no distinction whatsoever anywhere between PCR positivity versus harboring infectious virus, or PCR positivity in general versus low CT count that we know has a highly probable case of culturing infectious virus. They do not make that distinction. And then they further conflate. So they say, we have not considered another approach that's been used in COVID-19 trials to estimate the effect on asymptomatic infections with serologic testing of the nucleocapsid antibodies. And they say that that can also contribute to a lower bound on the vaccine efficacy of transmission, but doesn't address the duration of infectiousness or the viral shedding of the detected asymptomatic infection. But it's more than that. So the Johnson trial did that, and they showed that the vaccines are like 90% effective against developing anti-nucleocapsid antibodies, but they're only like 40 in the Moderna trial. They're only about 41% effective against total PCR positivity. And so actually the seropositivity with the anti-nucleocapsid antibodies is a gross overestimate, in my view, of the protection against harboring infectious virus. As you can infer from that dramatic difference between PCR positivity versus antibodies. And I think that's because if you have a strong IgG response against spike protein, then if you get infected, you have no need to develop anti-nucleocapsid antibodies. And so I think the anti-nucleocapsid antibody effect has nothing to do with infection. It basically becomes divorced from infection in vaccinated individuals. They can test PCR positive, but they still won't have anti-nucleocapsid antibodies because they don't need them, because their immune response to the spike protein is so strong. So I think they're also missing that. I mean, they're basically assuming, it seems like they assume that any of these measures are lower bounds, but they're not lower bounds. They can be overestimates because all these different things have the potential to be divorced from one another by the vaccines. But they make very good points that you have to consider the effect on infection, total infection rate, the effect on infectiousness, and the effect on the duration of that, of the infectiousness. And they also make the good point that if people are tested because they develop symptoms versus they're tested because they were known to have been exposed versus they were tested at random, all those people have to be analyzed in different ways separately rather than smushed together because you're catching different pieces of information. That's also a very good point. They just seem very eager to assume that any estimate is a lower bound. What if it's just in the middle of the estimates that you could have? All right, I'll go to the live chat. Tyler says, do you think I should invest more into BTC now or just wait? This is not financial advice. This is just fun in the background while I'm working and nothing more than that. You should not take financial advice from me. The only piece of financial advice I'll give you is don't take financial advice from me. That said, I think if you know your way around trading, you shouldn't be asking me about it. And if you don't know your way around trading, you shouldn't be trying to time the market. You should be dollar cost averaging in regardless of the price. That's what I think. But that's not financial advice. Dollar cost averaging means if you can afford $100 a month to invest, where it doesn't matter if you lose that $100 and you'd risk it over the potential upside, then put in $25 a week or something like that, so that sometimes you're buying high, sometimes you're buying low, and you don't care because you're in it for the long haul. GCAM 474, I don't know if it's true that no one has isolated the virus. I haven't done a comprehensive search into that, but what I'll say is that they might not have purified the virus to the highest standards, but this thing, it self-replicates RNA, and it accumulates mutations along its evolutionary history, such that its transmission can sort of be, its phylogeny can be sort of drawn out on a map. And it kills cells from samples that test positive for it. And then those cells show that they're generating more of the same RNA. So, I mean, I suspect that if I do a deep dive into that, which is not at the top of my list, it's at the very bottom of it, that I'm going to come back and say, well, no one purified the virus and showed that you cause disease with the 100% pure virus, but all the patterns that this exemplifies looks like a virus. And so I think it's a virus. I think that's probably what I would wind up saying. So Bitcoin has basically done nothing but, what did it do? It made a new it had a false break of this resistance and just made a new channel to trade in, basically. Although I guess it is making higher lows. That's good. We're still just basically hanging out underneath the all-time high. Just consolidating after going up so high. All right, got to get back to transmission research. I'm going to see if Avi responded to my point about the confounders in that last study. All right, Chris Sack says, Chris, what percentage of illness do you think could be cured simply by curing vitamin deficiency? I don't know. For example, ours can be massively reduced with D, as can death rate from just about every respiratory virus. Was in 10,000 IUD given a standard? I wouldn't use 10,000 IU. You mean for an illness in the ER, or you mean for everyone all the time? I mean, I wouldn't use that for everyone all the time as a preventative, but during COVID, 50 to 60 nanograms per milliliter seems to be the most protective from a prevention standpoint, and that would require more than that would require a lot of people require 10,000 IU for that. Frustrated Cowgirl says, are you able to easily walk and do computer work? I'm debating on putting a portable treadmill under my desk. Yeah, I mean, it's easy for me, but a lot of the computer work I'm doing, well, I have 28,500 steps today. That's nuts. A lot of computer work I do is reading and taking notes, but I don't find any problem typing. Of course, I have an external keyboard and I'm not like hunched over a laptop, so that probably makes a difference. And I wouldn't be able to walk at a real fast pace, but 2 miles an hour is fine for me. Of course, that might be an acquirable skill. All right, well, I'm working till 10 p.m. and so I'm gonna shut this thing off at 10 p.m. But it looked like we're so close to Bitcoin all-time high in the afternoon, and it didn't work again after. This is probably longer than the last one, right? The last one was 5 hours. Someone said this was 6 hours. We're pretty close to holding 64 though. We don't easily dip under 64 for very long so far. Did he say? He says, envious of your walking, my right knee meniscus and MCL exploded last month. ACL? I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, and I hope you feel better soon. All right. All right, so besides culture positivity, I think the next thing I need is secondary attack rates. See how many studies there are for that. I'm surprised that secondary attack rate for vaccinated, unvaccinated COVID-19 only generates 2 results on PubMed. I would have thought there would be more. See what there is on MetaArchive and BioArchive. So it's 100. MetaArchive's search function is not very good. Got 114 results if I don't use quotes around secondary attack rate, and 0 if I do. All right, what do I get if I don't use quotes on PubMed? Well, it's 5 instead of 2. Not using quotes seems to generate irrelevant studies. Yeah, irrelevant studies. Maybe these are the only 2 studies on the topic. Someone forwarded me one. Let me see if it's different from one of these. All right. So it turns out secondary transmission is another keyword I need. All right. I'm gonna relax, call an end to the workday. Last time did a Bitcoin all-time high watch party that failed on my day off. Today I did it with the workday. Tried to keep a handful of people entertained. While I was working, and had this up in the background. I don't know. So I'm gonna. All right. Q&A. Boost Your Biology says, Chris, would you like to feature on my podcast? Ben Greenfield regularly listens in. Sure. Send me Chris at send support at chrismasterjohnphd.com an email. Say, hey, I talked to Chris in the live chat. Want to get him on the podcast. Duke Man says, Chris, have you contact with Mark Mossey's Bitcoin guy regularly? He's a Bitcoin guy and interviewed McCullough recently. I don't know who he is. All right, so are we going to hit the all-time high tonight? Well, the good news is the weekly chart and the monthly chart are super bullish from at least from my reading of Tone's indicator. Look what we did. We just hovered at right under the all-time high. There's a green line, the all-time high, and we're coming down now. So this 9, might mean the daily price is exhausted, but it's not crashing or anything. 4 hours still way above this average, which is still coming up. It couldn't crash below this, going back all the way to October 13th. 1 hour chart hit its 9 earlier, and it's sort of consolidating, slightly drifting down. Maybe it drifts down to this average over a few hours and comes swoops back up, picks it up. Maybe, who knows? 15-minute chart isn't supported by the average anymore. And who knows? Maybe this is the daily sell signal signaling in a descent beneath the all-time high. I mean, to be honest, busting through the all-time high crazily and ignoring the potential price exhaustion on the daily chart with no pause would make probably for a bigger pullback once we cross in, whereas consolidating underneath this. Remember, someone said the other day or today, I don't remember when, that it might be like we consolidated under the 20K all-time high forever. And then when we broke through it, man, did we bust through it. So who knows? Maybe that's going to happen here. I mean, look at this. We're so freaking close. But so I'm now officially totally agnostic on whether this is going to happen tonight. And therefore, probably I'm gonna give up, and then I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna hit an all-time high overnight or something like that. But we'll see. Anyway, all right, it was cool hanging out with you guys. Sorry to be so boring keeping this on while I was working, but it is what it is. Thought we could do it. We didn't. But we got closer, right? We did get closer. So last time I tried to have an all-time high watch party was Sunday. Sunday was the 17th. And so this is what we did on the 17th. So we did get a lot closer to the all-time high than what we did on the 17th. So we did better, folks. Third time's a charm. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for